Good morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and this is going to be a marathon coding stream. As you can see, I'm starting real early in the morning. So that means a couple of things. One of them is I haven't made my coffee yet, so I'm going to want to do that. I'm going to go and do that pretty much immediately. Another thing is I have not made my fire yet, and it's been a little chilly. So that could well be something that I add, and maybe I'll just leave this up for a bit while I go and do my various things, because you'll be able to hear me really well anywhere I am in the house, because this is a room mic. This is not the mic right in front of me. This is a corner mic. Hey, I'm pleased to hear that you're introducing an audio tech professor to plugins. Comp science professor will probably run away screaming because it's not functional programming. And that's fine. Anywho, hi. I need to go and make my coffee and make a fire because it's been a little chillier these days, and this is my first day for showing off the actual wood stove cam. So people, I guess, can filter in as they wish. It's going to be coding. To some extent, I can even talk from back here. And you get to hear my coffee making more than ever before. And something occurs to me. I could technically turn on the speakers and do a sort of echo jam thing. I'm not sure how loud it would be. It'd be like the I am in a room experimental recording, where the speakers could be making noises through the stream. How hard would that be? How hard would that be? Okay, so here we have a weird echo thing going on. Okay, so here we have a weird echo thing going on. So that's my monitor speakers. Okay, so here we have a weird echo thing going on. So that's my monitor speakers. Yeah, the funny thing is, microphone is up that way. It's in the far corner of the room. So that's my monitor speakers. That's one way of the funny thing is, microphone is getting it to appropriately record stuff. are having a word. Let's shut that off, shall we? Technically, I could maybe dial in the subwoofer levels properly using that. But for now, it's time for me to make some coffee. And I'm leaning over towards the corner in the room. What you're hearing is a sort of turbo PCM microphone. It's a lavalier mic stuck up into the literal corner of the room. So it has all of the frameworks for PCM reinforcement on 3 planes, not just 1. You know, I probably could design a lavalier mic mount that is like a corner of the room in such a way that they make regular PCM recording technologies. I could probably do a real accurate one, and maybe that would even be a fun thing to do at some point. Right now I'm not. So technically the accuracy of the corner mount microphone that you're hearing now is slightly less than it could be, because it's pretty accurate up through the upper mid-range, but then the extreme highs are going to go a little bit weird. Yeah, and the subwoofer, that's why I had to turn off the microphones, or turn off the speakers rather. You know, I could work on dialing in the subwoofer levels that way, but I kind of like them the way they are. I'm used to them. And I'm probably good to pour my coffee a little more. And then I'm going to be lighting that fire. We all have psychedelic breakfast up in here. You know, I thought of putting the camera out here. Kind of glad I didn't though. I could see the fun of doing like a coffee station out here somewhere, just so that this could all be like part of the live stream. But it's nice sort of walking away a bit too. And yeah, I'm starting this all up because I haven't really done any of my morning things, and I'm starting early. It's going to be a coding day. can probably hear my feet coming. Walking down the hall is slightly in the acoustic field of this room, even if it is not literally on camera. There we go. It might very well be a drinking lots of coffee day, depending upon how much I can get done and how much I need to get done before 5. Or indeed, sometimes I push till after 5. Here's hoping that starting early means I can get into the swing of things without having to go late, because I do have to manage that kind of stuff. You know, I was having an interesting time hanging around on Blue Sky, as I do for social media, and people were talking about that ridiculous autism is the fault of the mother and also Tylenol nonsense that was going on last night, which I feel like that is on brand for me as far as being a part of my story and description. Here, let's see how this goes. I'm going to keep an eye on it for a bit and then return to coding. But yeah, it's not actually that cold, but it's getting colder, so I fired up the wood stove and I'm starting to use it. It's going to be a lot colder before the winter's done. Yeah, so I see it is smoky. Let's add some extra air in the side. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth acknowledging, like publicly acknowledging, that it took years of me getting help to get to the point where I could be Chris from Airwindows. And a lot of that, like, I was watching a Behind the Bastards episode by Robert Evans, and he was talking about Jordan Peterson. And he spoke of how he had worked with like some Down syndrome children that he was teaching to be able to more or less look after themselves and even like do little jobs. I forget, like making sandwiches, I think was what he said. And yeah, there's something to that. I could probably make sandwiches. Turns out nerding out on audio and to some extent programming fit my weird little obsessions better. But it's been the same kind of path. I've been learning to do things like safely build a fire, manage my finances. It's going to be real. What I'm doing currently with the finances is I'm going to be trying to cut back everything I spend up to and including food. And I've already changed a bunch of food-oriented things from like nicer things to cheaper things in hopes of being able to make up the car payment that I now have. Partly through just tightening the heck out of my belt. I may or may not be selling musical gear. Probably will. I am not entirely sure because I have kind of a hang up about that. I don't really want to let go of some of these things. But when I make music, it is usually guitars and basses and drums. When it's something that I actually like and care about. So I feel like there's a bunch of synthesizers and things that, although they are nice to have, and there's no rule says I can't have them, I could also consider those as get rid of some of that stuff. I'd also fret over them less, because having stuff like that around, I'm like, oh no, somebody's going to come and steal the Moog or whatever. When I'm building weird things myself, that's less of a concern because nobody would really want to take any of the weird things that I built myself. And the guitars and things tend to be a little bit like that. Even when they are nice instruments, like I finally got, after many, many years of wanting one, a Rickenbacker bass, and I've had that for some years. But it's a weird sort of bodge version that is, it was meant to only have like the bridge pickup, and somebody snuck in the neck pickup, and it's just a little bit sketchy, and I've just adjusted the bridge, which those are tricky and dangerous to do. Oh, look, I have a piece of wood going loose. I also got a bunch of these welder gloves, and that's what I use for tending the fire. I tend to wear through the fingertips because of the amount of effort I put into carrying wood around all the time. It's weird how your fingers will heal up, but heavy leather will get worn through by just normal use. But yeah, I ended up adjusting the truss rod on this Rickenbacker, and it's one of those double truss rod ones where you have to do it properly or the entire neck can explode. And so the way I did it was basically like leave it strung and hold the headstock and lean it sort of over my knee so that the entire weight of the base was trying to bow the neck this way. And then that loosened up the truss rod nuts just a tiny bit, enabling me to turn them probably 1/8 of a turn. And I think that was enough. I dropped the action on it a little bit. And I'm going to see where that leads me. I was tinkering with drums as well. I have my kick drum. I've been working on things like the snare drum as well, trying to get it into that, record zone. But the kick, I started out by lining the inside of the kick with tinfoil, which is the old, possibly apocryphal John Bonham thing. Like, I want to make it explode. Well, what that actually does is it damps the drum. It's absorbing energy and turning it into mechanical force, flexing the tinfoil. So it damps the drum. It's an absorption, but it's not a pillow, it's a lining of tinfoil. And I have it as a double-headed, and I put, there's these Evans dampers that you can get. They're like a sort of trapezoidal pillow with a little panel. And I took one of those and cut the trapezoidal pills apart from the other part and strapped them across the outside of the drum head. So the inside of this kick drum is completely open and like clangy and chimey and resonant inside the drum heads. And then there's a little trapezoidal pad thing sort of strapped to the outside of the rim up against the drum head. And not so much that they're really doing that much, but they're damping a little bit. And the most recent thing that I did was take a heavy weight from part of a microphone stand and stick it inside the pillow, so it is not only a sort of light pillow-like damping thing, but now there's a weight in it which doesn't contact the head, but tries to keep the pillow thing from wobbling around a little bit. And that feels like, well, tell you what, it's about time for me to go and start coding. But you know what I can do? I'm going to go upstairs, open the door, play on these drums briefly, and then come down and start coding. And you will be able to hear it because you'll be able to hear it in this room. Because I may or may not be blasting the volume to heck. So once I get back, tell me whether I blew up your eardrums with it. But yeah, I can show you. See? Told you. Working on drums. But for now, hey. So I can go back to the drum cam anytime I like. But for the moment, I am thinking it's time for me to do some coding work. But before I jump into that, I will respond to chat a little bit. You know what? I am very into Ainsley Dunbar. And I grew up adoring Yes and King Crimson. And I'll always have a weakness for Bill Bruford. And he's definitely a big fan. He's doing really cool things at the moment. Did you know that he's playing again? Bill's playing again. He's hooked up with this little band, and it's like a sort of, it's not really jazzy so much as it's like a jam band kind of situation. And it's a guitar player and a bassist, and they're very flexy and loose. They're doing like exactly what I'd like to be doing. Possibly more than I'd like to be doing it. Yeah, he is. He's playing with a guitar player and bassist who have a very jazzy approach to time, but are playing like rock jam band improv type stuff. It's a little jazzy, a little bit jazzy, but it's really leaning much heavier into the improv thing, which is, of course, consistent with how Bill has always been. Yeah, Pete Rothschild. And yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see. And that said, I am still just always, one of the things I'm probably going to throw up on the $10 and up tier, seeing as I've started putting up, I put up money. And to my knowledge, nobody has actually watched that video, but whatever. I wanted to be able to do that. If the whole thing fails somehow, or if it ends up just I don't have to do it that way, I can just publicize all of them at some point, and it'll be fine. But one of the things I was thinking about doing was taking some Mother's Fillmore East 1971 and putting that into meter and demonstrating that for people, because that is Ainsley Dunbar at his peak. It's amazing stuff. And it's also a very different approach to the proggier Bruford style of thing, in that the whole behavior of the sound, like the Ainsley Dunbar in 1971 sound, is a lot closer to Jimmy Carl Black than Bruford would ever be. It's a lot more of that like distantly mic'd drum kit. And in a day where people were like, oh, well, that's kind of a loud noise, so let's put the microphones about 8 feet back, or whatever it is that they did. And he gets a sound that works amazingly with it. And it can be fairly difficult picking out things like where is the bass drum actually hitting. And that's because of the way that it sustains and blossoms out. I'm pretty sure it's one of your double-sided kick sounds, which is what I'm currently doing. I'm trying to warp the double-sided kick sound into something else that has more clarity. But just the warmth and solidity and the sort of cloud of drumming. This is something that Keith Moon also did. Keith Moon did wildly overplaying style of sound with loose resonant drums that were taking up a bunch of space, so that the very edgy and aggressive guitar and bass of The Who had a cloud for them to sit in. And yeah, all very neat. Also very neat. Wood stove is going along nicely. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, Junebug, but it looks like you're having fun. Rat cistern, rawr. Probably time for me to switch over to doing the plugin coding. I'll still be able to see chat, by the way, but coding stream. And I can sort of, to some extent, keep a running dialogue going. The streaming, of course, is always for me to be able to respond to chat and talk to people when they need to talk to me. There's a variety of reasons people might need to talk to me. Some of them are plugin related. Some of them are just feeling supported. That has its value too. And I've got a couple of things in mind today for what I would like to attempt. In particular, I want to make a dynamics plugin that'll work for upcoming Console H, but also Console AW. Although I'm not entirely sure that I'm going to be going for, I could stick to something a lot closer to the existing, I'm not sure how happy I am with Console X's dynamics section. So I would tend to not use it, and that feels to me like it's a sign that it's not optimal. And if I can make it better, I sure will. But if I can't, well, if I can't, I can't. But yeah, the idea is I want a different dynamic section this time. Oh, did it go super loud? I'm not surprised. I mean, this is my normal speaking voice. And if I switch over to the room sound, or the room camera, oh, and look, we have the wood stove cam available on that, so that's cool. I can switch to that for other things. But if I use my normal speaking voice, it's pretty much about the same volume. Never mind if I go closer to that corner of the room. So basically, I'm not surprised that I blew everybody's ears up. I apologize, but yeah, they would have been loud even elsewhere in the house. I did have the doors open. I bet they were also reverby as anything, though. But yeah. So I will not do that again, unless somebody begs me to. And it's time to look at some of these things. Namely, I'm looking to do a Dynamics 2. And this is my little notes on how I'm going to go about it. So technically, I should already have a Dynamics 1. And it should display with 1,000,000 controls. There's also something else I'm interested in experimenting with. But firstly, here we are. I'm on the laptop. This is not the big speakers. Yeah, so why don't I take my little adapter, drag out the correct cable, and put it on the big speakers? Mind you, some of the stuff that I wanted to do today, I'm going to need to not play it over the big speakers. And I'll tell you why after I play with this a little bit. So this would be attack speed. And this is me doing just one speed control. Comp seems pretty legit also. So this is why this is not working out that well for me. It's a little too tricky to make work. This is actually not based on dynamics, this is based on BESI-comp. That's what I like to do. And if I make it a really high speed, well, it grabs the front of attacks real good, but then it is extremely fast to release. And then if I slow the speed, I'm slowing the attack but also the release. I need to bust that into two controls, because if I can bust it into two controls, I can put it on my control surface with at least one of the new designs for things, and then have 4 sliders to manipulate my entire system. A compression threshold, a gate threshold, attack, and release. And if I make those all work together and also bypass themselves, which Console X does not do, and that's an oversight. If I can get them to bypass themselves at full setting, then it'll be more convenient as far as not constantly getting in the way in unexpected times. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. And we've got all these other controls that I can use to dial stuff in with. But my first job is to make a additional Bezier compressor. So I can start by punching in the control names I need. Come on. There we go. Got there. Now, one possible approach is to treat it like I treated Console X. Also, I should have a look and make sure that the chat is still working. Yeah, I think it is. Although I did put it to, I like putting it to all messages are visible. Otherwise, you could have people like Junebug here showing up and saying weird things and then getting silenced. And I can generally handle it when people come in and say weird things. It's like, this is for you to take advantage of the situation. If that's the only way you can think of to take advantage of the situation, well, knock yourself out, I guess. I've seen worse. And let's see, it would be 1.0 there and 0.0 there. Not that we're going to see that. Excuse me. I guess increasing speed could... I do have to decide whether increasing speed goes from left to right or right to left, because it's going to be consistent for all of these things. We're also going to take this out because we're not going to be using it. Or at least I don't think I'm going to be using it. Maybe I will be, no, we're not going to be using it because we're going to be going into discontapity in the final one. What we can do, however, is a little safety clip. We can have it be somewhat extreme, but we'll restrict it from being too crazy. And that can just sit here for the time being. Hey, Karen. So, oh, I see. The threshold is already considering itself to be a threshold. But it's a very large number. Also, we're not using this anymore. The more I can simplify this, I'll show you. I develop my plugins on Snow Leopard so that I can build them for, I'm assuming this still works. Let's see here. See if I can find where you set this thing. Okay, active architecture. See, my hope is that I am building it for all of these architectures. I'm not entirely sure if that's happening, but I'm not what you'd call the biggest expert in all of these things. I'm doing my best. And I've seen more of the, hey, Junebug. Yeah, I was talking about the funny things you're saying, like rat cistern. I don't know what rat cistern means, but it sounds metal as hell. So I wonder whether maybe if I, like settings maybe? Oh, that's not going to be it. Where do I find settings in this? Aha. Okay, so this is my default. All of my stuff is started off of this. Let's see whether... Okay, that's annoying. I think I've not been building for a PPC. Well, that makes me sad because I thought that I was. Valid architectures do include PPC and PPC 64. Well, if anybody desperately needed, I could probably turn out a PPC build of a special plugin if it came up to it. We're not building active architecture only, so there's that. Yeah. Yeah, I think the retro ones are built for Intel only. Oh, that makes me sad, but whatever. I've been doing it this entire time, so to go through and update everything would be an enormous undertaking. Anyways, I'm building for Raspberry Pi. If anybody wanted a limited computer to run plugins on, they should go for a Raspberry Pi rather than that PPC machine. Alrighty. So I've taken out some of this, and I'm going to be looking to do this twice over. after I figure out how I made this work. Funny thing about that, John, I don't feel the same way. I've been so delighted with M-Chip Max that that's really all I work on anymore. I'm doing my videos through like mixing entire mixes off of my main machine on a laptop while also recording the screen and running multiple other programs, and it's just completely fine with it. It's like as soon as you get into any version of M-Chip Mac, any version of Apple Silicon, basically everything that you could want to do in video or audio production is basically a given. And it's silent and doesn't run any fans. Like I have a laptop inches from the microphone when I record, and you're not hearing it. It's not interfering with my recording because it is dead silent. And it has a fan. It just doesn't need to use it. But yeah, so I guess time to work on where this is going. Like I said, double Bezier comp. Let's start here. It's not going to relate to anything, but that doesn't matter. We're going to call that fast and slow. Now that means nothing so far because we haven't changed the definition of the variables yet. Fair. Hey, Kip. Okay, so those are going away. And so what I have in mind is managing an attack and a release separately. And we're going to see how this affects how it actually works. I'm pretty sure I can get both of these running at the same time. Whether that's useful yet is a whole other story. But this is kind of part of what I do here, is walking through all of this stuff for the benefit of people who want to program things. And seeing as like I'm not very smart, I've just thought different thoughts from a lot of people. You know, and the autism plays a role, all that kind of stuff plays a role. Like, if I can do this, I think other people can as well, often much more cleverly than me. Now, I'm trying to think now, Gip, what Pink Floyd lyric that's from. I'm thinking See Emily Play, but it's probably not. And so far, it's not going to work yet. But that's simply because I have not done the thing I must do to make this talk to the code rather than simply getting confused. Oh, looks like I'm going to have some of this to deal with. I'm pretty sure I can do a search and replace F with S, at which point I will have something that runs, if nothing else. I can do that just to have something happening. I'm looking at separate sections. No, it would just not build. There would be red stuff. Do you really want to see that? Are you interested enough in programming to wonder what would that would be? I can show you. There's no reason I shouldn't. Easy enough to do. So if I try to build it like this, it's not going to work. In this case, the error code that we got was expected semicolon before this token. So similarly to if you're working with AIs or whatever, and they're like, oh, this needs to be like this. Well, you can't necessarily go by that. If I simply do what it says, something else will be wrong. And I'll tell you what it does now. We put a semicolon after that parenthesis. That parenthesis is not doing anything with the logical value that it finds. It's saying BESCOMP F BESCycle larger than 1.0. Usually that's not true. In fact, it's definitely not going to be true. But what it's going to do is it's going to go calculate this logical statement. Is it true or is it false? Well, it's probably not true. Okay, false. What do we do with this? Absolutely nothing. It's as if you said false, semicolon. Like, that's just a value. It doesn't do anything or mean anything. Then we have these brackets. These brackets are supposed to be after the if statement. That means if you do the if statement, whatever is between this happens when that's true. We're sort of shortcutting it. I could also have it be like BESCOMP BESCycle larger than 1 equals false. And that would be explicitly making a statement rather than doing a statement that's just like, is this true or false? If so, if it's true, we do the stuff inside this. Since there's no true statement or if statement to do it, it will just run that every single time, meaning that BESCOMP F is going to become incredibly tiny. BESCOMP F BESCycle will become incredibly tiny. So the numbers will go crazy. So it will basically crash and make a horrible, it probably won't make a horrible noise so much as it will just kind of start distorting everything. And that's because we don't have a statement here saying if. It just runs this every time. It's only supposed to run that once, every now and then. You know, this is also sometimes when you put in stuff that says if BESCOMP F BESCycle is less than 0, then it's equal to 0, because otherwise stuff like this can happen. You do that, and it doesn't have to happen that way. And now let's revisit what it made. It's not going to be any different. But we can check to see whether it did anything. Yep, that's just what it was before. We've got this interesting sort of compensatory thing going on where this is not actually a threshold control. What we're doing is we're boosting really hard for some reason, but we can also cut really hard for some reason. And it's following this speed and ignoring this completely, except for this is actually a dry-wet control at the moment. So where do we go from there? Okay, firstly, let's remove the dry-wet control. And what were we having instead? 8. And then if we were to do makeup gain is what's causing some of this to happen. And then this is our speed control. So if we keep it exactly the same but cause it to be parameter C, we will then have, and again, do that stuff, we're then going to have a potential release control, assuming that I can make a separate attack and release out of this, which is very likely that I can. I can probably do that. I have a bunch of other notes in here for other stuff that I might try to do. Might be tempted to go and make even more coffee as I continue to pursue all of this. We'll see how far we can get. There's a whole other thing I could be working on today too. For starters, let's make, okay, so best res, slow res. Okay, S gets the different one. Slow res, take it easy. And then all of these things can basically operate separately. Junebug again. That man needs to be quiet and go retire. It's the meanest thing I'm willing to say. That man is a mess. Anyways, this is how BasicComp works. Now we get to run separate ones. If I do this, then we have separate Bezier curves for slow and fast. I could make the controls interact differently. And then if we do this, and I update all the things accordingly, perhaps including, let's make them CBF and CBS for fast and slow. And then if we go here, we need to stick that F or S in there. Having done this, we've now got, these are valid numbers. So C thresh, that's interesting because that is the overall level amount. But it doesn't have anything to do with the speeds. I'm looking to have two parallel compressions running in this peculiar way until I crossfade between them based on which is more and which is less. So we have a double Bezier comp separate attack and release now. We're almost done. This part is the only part remaining. If I do a simple find and replace for F, looky there, all the things in there can be replaced to S, capital S rather. I could run these entirely, like I don't necessarily have to interleave these. This is interleaved in the sense of it is running F first, and then S, and then F again, and then S again, and then F again, and then S again. But I could be calculating all of these based on having this stuff in a similar place, kind of like this. Not dissimilar to what I'll be doing when I do left and right channels. Hey, Dennis Dubcatcher. Well, probably not, but it'll be amusing to hear what you think about all that. Are you a programmer or just a wiseacre? We've seen all kinds, and it's all good. So right now what I'm looking at is, here's my final result. Bez makeup might be the part that I want to remove, depending upon how aggressively I want to compress. Also shouldn't need to do that anymore. So what I could maybe do is do another variable and crossfade between fast and slow based on which is most intense. So that's certainly a possibility. I do have to work with these outputs as I get them, rather than the... You know something? I would rather trolls be happy. If people are having fun by being weird on my stream, that's not hurting anybody to the nearest, as near as I can tell. It is, as they proverbially say, all good. Here. Let's do another thing. Let's go over to the fire and burn something. Don't really need to, but we can if we like. Then when I'm finished, maybe I'll have a better idea on, oh, and it's warmed up enough that I can engage the catalyst. I also have an improved way of dealing with all the ash, which is this thing. It's a kitty poker scooper. But when everything's cooled down completely, what I can do is go in there and like sift the ashes and pull out all the charcoal and like recycle it for the next fire, and then throw the remaining ashes into this can here. But yeah, I don't really need to make things super warm today, but I might as well because it'll probably carry over and continue to be warm tomorrow. And we haven't really quite gotten into the time of the year where everything is super freezing. We'll get there. It's coming. And that. Alrighty. So back to this. So essentially what I'm looking to do is CBA means it is the Bezier curve splitting the difference between the crossfades of C to B and B to A. And it's essentially going from C to A over the course of those control points. That's how a Bezier curve works. So it's basically just doing crossfades between these positions based on the cycle. And that's what gives it the end result that it gets. So let's see now. I don't think I have a 0 to 1 control handy. Oh no, I do. Gate. And I like putting in parentheses, making it explicit as to what's actually happening. And you might recognize this as like my dry-wet control. It's really very simple. And there we go. So 1 minus, if this becomes larger, that's what we'll get, times Bez-C threshold. So that is a hard limit on how much intensity this can produce. And this should actually run. Let's see whether it did. Okay, so now we have threshold, which can be very extreme. Gate is actually picking between attack and release, and I am pretty sure that, yeah, if fast or is going to be the attack speed, and release is going to be the slow speed because it's more typically useful that way. And we can do this. Let's throw the drums on. So, attack, release. So I can make it do either the top one or the bottom one or halfway between. And I'm not going to want to have it be literally only halfway between, but I'll tell you what I can do. We can have, let's see, what is it going to want to be? Input sample 1 minus, so if this is larger, it will remove more audio. And we're multiplying by threshold, so basically we can just dial it down to nothing, or we can turn it up so much that it just cancels itself out completely. And we're doing result. So we can simply do a very simple version of this. And I don't think I'm going to want to keep it like that. I'm going to want to do a sort of crossfade between these two things based on which of them is larger. That's what I'm going to want to do. But this should actually still work. Let's find out. So when I do Fmax fast and slow, if the setting is larger, it means it will compress more. It's letting through the... Basically, we're having a frequency it's like a filtered version of the sound. And are we including... and see, when we have sample L plus equals absolute input sample L, this is a control signal. So this is not a signal that you could just listen to. Or you could, but it wouldn't act the way you want. Instead, it's a control signal. So the level being added is the input signal going in. But absolute value means it's not a waveform so much as it is a rectified waveform. It's only positive, never negative. And then it's multiplied by bezres or slow res. That's where the speed kicks in. Because... Oh no, let's see. No, that seems to chip. Bezres is, I believe, scaling this. Yeah. So cycle is having this added, and then we are adding the absolute value of that divided by however small this is. See, it's times bezres, that's going to be smaller than 1. Hey, Game Boy. And if it's smaller than 1, we're having the cycle added that much. So the smaller it gets, the more instances of the input coming in we add before we calculate what to do with it. And then we put it back to 0 when we're done. So this is max, meaning that we're always going to be picking which one. It will probably produce some kind of artifact, but I'm not sure whether it will or how obvious it's going to be. But my guess on what's going to happen here is we can now divide these two things. See, the gate no longer does anything. So we can do this. And you can hear the front of that attack kicking in. That's also specifying how slow it responds. But then if we turn attack up, it should be okay, so already something interesting is happening. It's not doing what I thought it would. I believe these are exactly the same settings, and so logically, I should be able to calculate the 1. Oh, I bet I know what's going on. These need to run in parallel, and they're not, are they? We're only applying the output, but the so watch this. I can make this input go really fast, and it doesn't change what the second one's doing very much. But if I do this, well, that's real different all of a sudden. And this doesn't do anything. Do we have both of these being applied, or do we only have one being applied? It's acting like the first one doesn't do anything. And only the second one does things. So let's see what's going on there. What's happening that it's doing this? We're not actually reassigning input sample. These are being run in parallel. I see nowhere in here that it's going input sample equals well, I hope you feel better. Hang on while I do a really long live stream. And yeah, I'll try to help kill your boredom to whatever extent I can. This is going to be something of a marathon stream, and then I'm going until 5, so it can't be too high intensity, but whatever. Now I am trying to figure out why it's doing what it do. Why would we be only reacting to the second control? Could it be that they're both set to do the same thing? Surely not. See, param B, param C, bezres, slow res, F uses bezres, S uses slow res. Is there somewhere in here where we're not using the... I'm not understanding why it's doing how it do. We've got entirely separate... Oh, no. I see a problem. Or do I? No, I don't. I don't think I see a problem. Yeah, it would be complaining if these were the same values, but they're not. They're really not. It says CBFL, BAFL, or CBSL, BASL. That's supposed to be two entirely distinct things. Input sample at all times equals 1 minus min result times best C thresh. That's still correct. That's going to compress things. So that's working. Makeup gain is a whole other story. I needn't worry about that. I might want to do something with it. I might not. I could include gate fairly easily, I think. Not so worried about that. But I'm struggling a little to find out why it is doing how it do. Why would it only respond to the bottom controller? This is the bottom controller. This is control C. It's like exactly the same as the other one, and yet the other one, nothing is happening when I adjust it. I should be producing two different controls that work like this. And I'm definitely a little puzzled as to why it's do the way it do. because this is the same code. Why is it not letting the first one do anything? They should be the same. What if I reverse the order of these things, which shouldn't change a blessed thing? These are like parallel controls. They should work the same. These are F, these are S. All of that is, in fact, accurately represented. Yeah, I hope you feel better, friends. And yet, let's reproduce the problem. Oh, we got warnings. I know what those are. Gate. And I think we're going to see the same behavior because I haven't actually changed anything. Alrighty, what do we got? Ah. Okay. I don't know what's different, but check this out. We can make the attack be very, very slow. See, here's it's poking out in the front a lot. Or we can speed it right up. Now it's still working weirdly, but it's doing something of... This is kind of what I was looking to see happen. And if you apply it like this, the makeup gain is doing something, but doing it this way, we can have the attack hit really fast, and there still be a release. Without that, it suspends the sustain a little bit longer. With that, we cannot have the decay swing up as quickly. Works kind of like that. The input sound. And here's what we get with a very fast attack, but a very slow release. Is it's tromping on the sound and, in fact, suppressing it very hard. To the point where it's compressing so hard. See, release is very slow. Goes renta. There's an additional beat in there. And here's why I want to crossfade it rather than simply take the max. Faster release. Much slower. See the super fast attack? So there's your really fast attack. This is straight up Bazicomp again. But then if we slow it, now it's acting like a compressor, or more of a compressor even. So if we're not just obliterating it, or we can go into a limiter-like zone, fastest possible attack. So here's the catch. I'm not sure it works to have these just straight up being the most of either of the two. I feel like it needs to be able to crossfade between whichever is more. The faster we go, the more it's going to let stuff sneak through and be more choppy, and the release will spring up real fast. Haven't even gotten gate happening yet either. So all of this is going in a direction. Like, I could go even harder with this. I could split the difference. There can be a third control between the two. And I'm not sure whether I am excited about that prospect, but it could happen. None of this is actually very high CPU. Like, I can make lots of these, and it would in fact work. It's a question of whether I can make it work the way I want it to. So this is probably a fine enough time for me to go off and make another cup of coffee, seeing as I can. It's not past noon yet. And then we can dive into this hardcore hacking away on compressors, and then maybe afternoon I can do some of the other stuff that I want to do. So over to making another cup of coffee and over to our friendly neighborhood wood fire chem. Oh, and I cannot actually play background music, but I can play something. What have we got that's recent? Well, not that. I got all kinds of amusing stuff to play today. I've got new sound from the sound folder. Go and find my old sound folder. Pick something that I can open fairly easily. Oh, here we go, weird old school music. Bit of a waste of time, maybe. This is music off of an old 4-track tape when I was in college. Sure. There, you can be stuck with this while I make coffee. Hey, Dissolving Man, I'm happy that that's working out for you. I'm not sure I've ever played the music that I did in college for good reason. This is off a cassette tape called The Plunge, so this is also a little picture of cassette recording. And that's all I had back in the day. Okay, even more annoying? Let's do even more annoying. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I guess I was getting trolled by people earlier, so I'm trolling back a little bit. Lovely how you folks are doing studio gigs and stuff. That seems very cool. I did that myself back in the day a little bit. It's a local band that I worked with a little. Let's put that away and never speak of it again. So here's my thinking. I could smooth out the response of this by making a third one in the middle, at which point assuming I need to make a third one in the middle, which I'm not certain of, maybe this is fine. So I've got two distinct Bezier comps. Yeah, back in the day, when I was in college, before I had to get clean, as I got clean because I was too into drugs, you couldn't possibly guess, I'm sure. I was in a band of the other people who were too into drugs for the people who were doing drugs. We were a little uncool because we were thirsted for that stuff too much. And we made a lot of really heinous music inspired by progressive rock and Frank Zappa and all the ugliest noises anybody was able to make. And I did that until I couldn't do it anymore. And I did that instead of being Christopher Airwindows or really pursuing any of the things that I really wanted to do, because it was what I was able to do at the time. But yeah, depending upon who you are, it does not lack in cool. There's a level of cool to that, certainly. There's certainly a level of punkish obnoxiousness to it. And there's a degree of cool to that, certainly. Currently, I'm wondering... Oh, I just saw something I could do. Okay, so CBAFL and CBASL should be roughly crossfades between these things. I mean, I stand as an example of autism and massive drug addiction doesn't have to ruin your life. You just have to be able to grow. You just have to be willing to try harder the next time and move onwards from stuff that you're doing that might be stifling or unsuccessful. And yeah, Antrave, I can relate, man. What you were just hearing was a complete pop mix. And you could see it on the waveform, that everything was just this wild, there was no outside coherence to any of it. It wasn't able to do what I wanted. It was only able to do my whims. And it was great fun to do. It was great fun to do. It just didn't come out the way I wanted. Hey, Math Mage. Yeah, no, I got worse when I was in college, but then I left college and got clean. After a couple of really dark years where I had abandoned college and still wasn't clean and everything was a big mess. Whatever it takes, So let's see. Supposing we still do result, I'll probably end up with a different name for that at some point. But instead, see what I need to look at now. Remember how I had a gate control? And I can do that. I can put the gate in. That's a separate issue. I had a gate control, and I was able to make it so that it would pick one or the other of these compressions, the slow or the fast. And that would go from 0 to 1. So one of them it would be fully one of them or fully the other. And I'm looking to do a similar thing, crossfading between CBASL and CBAFL based on which is more. Yeah, interesting that you should say so, Dissolving Man, because one of the things I'd like to move towards, particularly as going into this winter and the following spring, I want to do more recording and make more music using my bass. I've got my bass right here. I have begun practicing with it. I have a little metronome, and I've just adjusted the truss rod. So it's a little lower action than it was before. And I've been practicing with that for the purpose of being able to play better than I normally can. See, I have to practice. Neurodivergent addiction support group on the stream as well, shall I say. Interestingly, the FurryCon that I went to, I ran into another addicted person and I brought them to my home group. So that's fun. Anyways, watch this. These will go down to 0, I believe, but they will not, and they will go up to I'm not sure what, possibly a very large number. That's how this 1 minus this times the threshold works. So if I do this, this is now the largest number that this can produce. And as long as it's not 0, we can divide things by it. So hang on. So we do that and then we sort of invert it. It becomes the largest one, and then it becomes what we have to multiply both of these by to have them scale to a proportion of 0. Now at that point, let's just keep adding variables and see where we can get it to go. This is a follow-up to BeziComp that I'd like to build into all of my new stuff if I can get it to be truly awesome. That remains to be seen, but I feel pretty good about where it's going. So, more variables. So if I do that, that should make that be 1 no matter what it started out as. Assuming, of course, that it was the larger of the two. And this Hang on. Got there. And let's see, CB8. Oh no, F. The fast one. So what I should have here is now a setting where rather than do F max, I could try to do a crossfade between these two things. Now, maybe that's going to be enough already. I don't know whether it's going to be enough already. But the idea is to be able to do a crossfade where it will I got to decide which one is which side. You might or might not be able to follow this. Maybe I can't. I'm not really sure whether I'm following it successfully or not. Point being, let's see now. So if CMA max is like 5, the largest of either of these two is like 5. It's wildly overblown. CBA max equals 1 divided by 5. So then 5 times 1 divided by 5, aka 1/5, means scaled F and scaled S can both be a maximum of 1 and a minimum of 0. Mind you, if I do this, and I'm still trying to decide which one of these goes first. Times the negative means all of these will be negative. I haven't decided which one needs to be negative, but I can figure that out. So we'll start with that, because at least it's a variable. Then, instead of this, because we've already done this here, we're weighting them in various ways. Wait, no, wrong. I'll get there. Bear with me, and I will get there. So you might recognize what we're looking at now. It's CBASL, S or F, and wet is the crossfade between them, meaning you could have both. So the next thing we do is take this. So now let's see. So S and F if that isn't a negative there, then both of those max out as 1. If the negative is there, scaled S maxes out as -1. That means if there's a crossfade, and we've adjusted this so that the -1 ends up being 0, then the crossfade will not let any of that through if wet is 0. But CBASL times 1 minus wet means that if wet is 0, it does in fact have all of that. So if that is maxed out, that's what you get. So there's the thing. What we don't have is wet in a way that's going to make any sense. It's not doing the thing at the moment. I'm going to be trying to make it do the thing, which is largely have it do a crossfade between these two things somehow. And what that's going to do bear with me. And the funniest thing about this is all the dumbest possible stuff for a real programmer. I'm not a real programmer, so that doesn't actually have to bother me any. And the reason I'm grinding to a halt is not because it's difficult to do something times something else, but it's because I'm trying to work out what that's going to mean to the compressor. How is it going to work? How is it going to function if I have it crossfading between these two things? I think if I do this, namely just make so many variables, all the variables ever. And then this is going to require what we call refactoring. When I finally get to an end result, I got to boil it down to a simpler piece of math. Hey, David Mitchell. Yeah, I'm doing the new programming for some of this stuff coming up. I'm trying to make BESIComp better. Because BESIComp is one of those things like pressure where there's only one speed to it, and I want more. So final result would be if I add those two things together, then it goes from -1, the maximum of -1 to the maximum of +1. And then if I add 1, it goes from maximum 0 to 2. Oh, I need an equals in there as well. That is a simple oversight. No, not a plus and equals. Then times 0.5. Now we have returned it to 0 to 1. Because the maximum that can be is 2. Actually, no, that's wrong. The maximum it can be is 3. So what's that going to mean? No, that's not true at all. It can't be 3 because scaled S can only be negative. So yeah, -1 plus 1 plus 1, that's 2. 0, or no wait, -1 plus 1 plus 1, that's 1. 0 plus 1 plus 1, that's 2. -1 plus 0 plus 1, that's 0. So in fact it is scaling between 0 and 2. And doing 0.5 there turns it back to 0 to 1. So wet becomes this. We simply replace that part. And this can all be made more. This is BasicComp twice. So now what we're looking at is two different outputs of BasicComp. It's tracking the amount of energy in either of those places and passing it. It's a feed-forward compressor rather than a feedback compressor. And the feed-forward is canceling out the sound based on how much energy is in the wave, and it doesn't respond instantly. So our crossfade is based on whether it's mostly slow or fast. If it's mostly slow and no fast, then result doesn't get any fast in the output. If it's mostly fast and no slow, then the way it's scaling it means that fast is the only thing in the output. So it's kind of focusing on both of those, but then rather than simply picking the loudest one, it's going to combine the two. And that's where we get result. Result is these things. Technically, I could also throw in the Bez-C thresh earlier in this stage. I'm not sure whether that would be useful or not. Because the way we use result, we've got it set up so that result maxes out at 1, meaning it forces everything to silence. I'm not sure we need to make it easier to force everything to silence. That's maybe not where I want the energy of this to go. Let's see what it does before doing anything else. And again, this is two identical compressors. We're throwing it on this. They're BasicComp, meaning that they are aliasing free. And we're trying to figure out how to make this work. And we haven't incorporated gate yet. So if we increase attack, it kicks in faster. If we increase release, the decay speeds up. But then if we reduce release, yes. And we got all manner of flipping stuff around to do. Oh, you're using LV2. Are you inquiring in the consolidated GitHub forum or indeed the SurgeXT Discord's Airwindows section? That's also a possibility. Meanwhile, let me see what I can make this do. Slower release. I think this is actually going to work okay. My only concern is that the speeds don't really go with each other. But then there are things I can do about that. So if attack is cranked up all the way, it's acting like a limiter. And if release is all the way down, okay. Release is too slow. Let's keep speeding up release and seeing at what point it starts acting like it's an actual compressor. I have a good feeling about this though. Faster. Fastest. That's fast enough to still act like a compressor. All this needs adjusting. So one of the things that's going to happen is that these need to be inverted. They need to be inverted and release has to be added to attack so that we can always do it like this. Big ol' attack. Nothing but attack. This is actually giving me a lot of boost. If I didn't have that makeup gain, this would sound quieter. We've got a lot of makeup gain going on. I've seen individual products for LV2 ports. Whoever was doing it did not have the tenacity I have, and so they stopped. Perhaps years ago. You're probably going to want to build something using Consolidated if you can. Let's stop this for just a moment. I don't need to save that. Nothing's going to happen. So it feels like I've actually got a result. That's getting close enough to what I want that I'm willing to run with it. This means I can remove this. This is necessary. So that gives me my inverted calculation. Let's come up with a better name for that. And this. So rather than wet, crossfade CBA. There we go. And technically, I don't need result in there at all, do I? But I probably need another layer of parens. See, the computer can happily figure out all of these things, but adding extra variables usually is not to the best. So that simplified this stuff down a little bit. We can also consolidate some of this stuff into a pile of ugly so that the rest of the stuff can kind of sit by itself. Junebug, you're an interesting stream of consciousness, ain't you? I really have not figured out where Junebug is coming from, but this is fine. I think that would depend upon how well Consolidated is supporting LV2. Also, Consolidated is more complicated than simply running LV2s. If you were able to do LV2s, then that would give you... Also, bear in mind, Bacon Paul, who does Consolidated, has a library. So you can run a library that instantiates whichever plugin you want if you can code that in. So if the developer of PyPedal was able to support that library, they wouldn't have to support full-on like VSD3 or Clap or whatever with all of the code around the graphics and such for Consolidated, because otherwise they would have to do that. Anywho, let's see how this looks. Looking good. Bacon Paul is just finishing up a plugin that I'm going to be doing some demos of. It's a plugin called Two Filters. He's kind of just finishing that up. He would probably be interested in Consolidated LV2 crashing things, because he tries to set it up so his work doesn't crash things. His work is way beyond what I can do in terms of supporting stuff. Interesting. Okay. So does PyPedal support VST2s? That's the thing. See, it's a little beyond me at this point to start directly supporting Linux VSD2s out of my side of things. A lot of the Linux support is having the Windows VST2 built on the Linux machine. So I've got those set up, but I do know about all the problems with Steinberg. I am subject to all the problems with Steinberg. There's very little I can do about any of that. So I'm kind of dependent upon Bacon Paul's Consolidated project to generate LV2s out of his code. That said, he is also producing a library that can instantiate stuff. But yeah, only being able to, that's highly ironic. That is highly ironic. Only being able to support generic LV2s without a GUI, because Consolidated requires a GUI. And as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, the LV2s run that Consolidated provides, but they would have to have a GUI because Consolidated is deeply invested in the GUI. Some of my new stuff will also be, by the way. Like there's plugins out there. In my GitHub, you can, I believe, get a hold of standalone generic AU and VST2s for retro Mac and Windows, and also signed, compiled. You can get like VST2s compiled for Apple Silicon in generic interface. And that's simply because that comes out of the way that I build things. It also means that you can load up AUs and VST2s with like 34 parameters. And those are not included in Consolidated because Consolidated can only take 10 parameters. But they exist. They're out there. And if you were able to port those to VST2 somehow, you'd have them. They would, anything that I made would be available if you were able to do this porting. Yeah. You are also completely welcome to port stuff of mine to Cardinal. I'm not supporting it directly because both me and Bacon Paul are friends with the guy that does VCV Rack. It's not necessarily easy to work with the VCV Rack community, and I have every sympathy for that. But that's the guy who's doing the lion's share of the work on that large and extended project. So I bought a copy of the plugin version of VCV Rack, which I can run in Reaper if I decide that I want to do that. And we're friends with the guy. We're friends with Andrew Belt. He's cool in a private Discord if you're hanging out with just him. Dealing with that's a fairly large project, and there are so many people trying to do stuff with it that I believe he has to be a little more draconian than somebody like Bacon Paul or me has to be. So yeah, it takes your chances, and best of luck to you with some of that stuff. Anyways, where are we at? We're starting to get this stuff together in terms of making this work. Here's one of the things I was going to try. In case it goes horribly wrong, let's just comment that out. And if we make thresh go up to 32 rather than 64, we can probably scale it better. And then we can also make it be 1 minus parameter A, meaning that it's now going to be the threshold control that I claim it's going to be. Crank it up all the way, no reduction. The makeup gain works better for if you're pushing it to the right in order to make it be more, but having it be just a clamp and not having makeup gain is going to make it work better for this that I'm talking about. And then similarly, we can have these be the fastest possible response to the left rather than to the right. Just like this. So what that's going to do, that's going to, let's see. Do I need to add this 0.0001? I'm not sure I do. That's almost certainly there to prevent it from ever being quite zero. And I have other controls handy for being able to make sense of all this. So let's neutralize that. At which point we can also neutralize these parens. And then we just have a very steep curve here, and it's going to the opposite side of the control. Oh, what's going on here? How are we doing? Okay. And okay. We can move this around too. And we can move this. Excuse me, please do what I want, thank you. There's a different way of expressing this, and we haven't done anything with gate yet. I can include that minimal amount. Oh, they're talking about, fair. Yeah, the entire consolidated project, that's a lot, and it's made as easy as Bacon Paul can make it, but he is not responsible for doing that work for you. So that is there if people want. He'll help you if you're doing the work of it. But then there's also the concern of, here, let me also do this while I can. Okay, so if we didn't have the flipping of the polarity for it, our slowest setting would be to the left, which we're changing. We're making the slowest setting be to the right. But that means we're looking for slow. I'm trying to figure out how to have the slowness also include the attack. I think that would be this. I think that would be this. Slow res minus equals best red automatically means that if we slow down the attack, then the release must keep pace. I think that'll work. We just have to make sure that it clamps. And when I say clamps, I mean they can't get to be less than 0 and they can't get to be larger than 1. We've already got a mathematical equation here saying, or logic statement rather. And in here somewhere, is the answer to this question. Not makes, max. So the maximum of best res, or here's our minimum statement, and then minimum of 1. Means that even if it goes over 1, we're going to select the 1. Then we can skip this a little bit. And then we can leave these. And there we go. Now that should work. Maybe, hopefully, sorta. Stranger things have happened than this working. Let's see what we got. We've just changed a bunch of things, hoping to see what's going to happen. Time to see what's going to happen. Back to here. I'm going to want to also include the cutout for bypassing it when it's set to the max. Yep, MathMage, you have spotted what I was doing. Now it'll work if I did it right. So here we go. This should be fastest, no compression. Let's see if that's true. And then there's no makeup gain. So we should be able to squish this right down. That sounds about right. Then if we slow the attack, we're also slowing the release. Hey, Calbless. But our release is still as fast as we can get it. So it's still acting a little funny. Then if we add more release, interesting, okay, didn't expect that. Okay, if we have the fastest possible attack, but then slow the release, now what do we get? Okay, fastest possible attack is still a little wonky. I'm willing to believe that that is the non-makeup gain version. Full on, heavily compressed. So this way, we can have lots of attack. We arguably have more. Okay, let's see what we do now. These need to be squished a little bit. Attack needs to squish down this direction so that we have more range of adjustment, and release needs to squish over this direction. Because it's acting like it is not doing nothing. Slowest possible attack, relatively fast release. Okay, they seem to combine. That's definitely slowing the attack. That's definitely speeding the release. I wonder whether my scaling is making sense. We've got a power factor on both of these that's really steep. And we've just reversed the orientation of it. You know what? It is exactly noon. I think I can swing one more cup of coffee before I have to stop. And I can throw another log on the fire before I have to stop that. Or perhaps not. Depends on how warm I want it to be in here. So let's... one of the things I'm probably going to want to do is not have this power factor in here and see what that gets me. See whether it... because I feel like that's not doing what I wanted to do. It was a little closer before. On the other hand, I'm happy enough with the makeup gain because I want this compressor to act like a compressor that's not doing makeup gain. That way you can use the EQ to boost into it if you're looking to just have stuff squish around. And we have successfully done crossfade between the two. I don't think input produces crossfade between dry and comp. I don't think I need to do the PyWacket hack. I think it's doing close enough to what I want that I don't have to worry about those observations. So this is now coming together into a decent mono version of this. Yeah, more coffee, another log on the fire. And let me put on something that is not too heinous, which I'm going to have to put on this machine because this is the only one available that can play through. Not the plunge this time. What have we got that doesn't just suck? Oh, this one's fun. Full Bay was a sort of techno album that I did before I was even doing stuff on the computer. It is essentially all made using Proteus 1, Yamaha FB01, I think. I'm trying to remember the synthesizers that went into this. And Alesis D4, unless it was a DM5. It was all being sequenced off of a Macintosh Performa 575, which ran at 33 megahertz. That's how old this is. So I recorded it onto an ADAT. And I don't remember quite how I managed to mix it down. It probably got captured into the Mac. Meaning it got captured into a machine that couldn't do any editing, because this was before you could really do that. This was when Pro Tools was just beginning to appear and you had to buy all manner of extra processing cards to get it to work. So, oh, too loud. Still too loud. listening to my speakers from a microphone in the corner. Just try to make sure that we don't simply distort like that. That's probably going to be okay. It starts with deep bass, so that's coming through as strongly as it would ever. Wire first. Dragons and it did not sell in the dub plate version. Maybe I should be putting this out. Just going first. I can run this through the compressor later. We'll see how well that works. download over there, that is actually Proteus 1. So it's not real. So let me throw a different one. And that last one was called Pre-Dawn. That would be too quiet for you to hear. All right, I'm back. This is a fine day for having a fire going because it has started to rain like crazy out there. Catching up a little bit on chat. I sympathize at the feeling of having your friends starting to so the thing about that, I am rereading Mick Fleetwood's autobiography. And he's talking about all manner of stuff, including the fact that he fell madly in love with this woman and married her once and then divorced and then so on and so forth. And continued to have a problem of being just completely up his own butt all the time. So that she ended up feeling unwanted and like he didn't care because he would not do a thing to show that he cared. He'd have these strong feelings and he wouldn't do a thing to support them. And that is something that I can kind of relate to as well. Junebug, you're a silly person. So to some extent, you could have your friends on your desktop, but the question is, would I want to contact them? I've got a phone with text messages and stuff, and I've got friends in that, but I typically have stuff to do. So largely, what ends up making it into my world are people who are interested in hanging out with me while I do what I do, which is literally this. So I get presumably to be one of your friends showing up on your desktop when I do the live streams, but then you get to be my friends who happen to be interested in hanging out while I do this that I'm going to be doing regardless. Like with Mick Fleetwood, he was going out and gigging in a rock and roll band, and so that was all he cared about. And everything else kind of had to fit in there. He ended up saying at the end of this, and in other interviews and stuff, he sold his soul to the company store. He devoted his entire life to being a rock and roll musician in a hit band and being a rock star, meaning he did not have the other parts of life. He only had that which he signed on for. And he was like, yeah, and I oversold my soul. I gave too much for this. It wasn't worth what I gave to it. And fair. God bless, I am shocked I am that a national messenger would be... we're going to be facing exactly the same thing to the extent that people... So here's the state of how that kind of thing sits in the United States to the best of my knowledge. People are going to desperately want to make it be, like, I guess call it an Elon Musk, Peter Thiel honeypot, rather than specifically government. And that's going to be pushed as hard as it possibly can. And there's only so much of usefulness that you can make out of that. So it's all being directed towards the same oligarchs that would very much like to take over your country. They might not be doing it, but those people, like, just because they are not your ruling party doesn't mean they're trustworthy. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the people running the show over in your country don't trust them, and rightly so. Like, Vladimir Putin is doing things I dislike extremely, but he still should not trust Elon Musk because Elon Musk also wants to do terrible things and will happily betray Putin. So it's like, yeah, power just kind of goes that way. It's tricky that way. There's something to be said for being the little YouTuber that nobody really cares about. There was one very cute side thing, though, that when we had Charlie Kirk tragically murdered, and by that I mean it is tragic that somebody brought upon themselves to commit a crime like that. I do not have a similar judgment as to whether Kirk was being useful in the world or not. I think he rather was not. But the thing to do with people like that who are doing all of the most terrible things is find them and bring them to justice and maybe put them in jail. That's what one does. But that's not what happened. And some ABC station or whatever, they were going to something to do with, there was this giant hagiography and a special on how wonderful Charlie Kirk was, and they ran it on television, and then they also posted it on YouTube, and it got like barely 10% more than my most popular video. Goes to show you. So you can have national messengers and you can have honeypots for whoever is trying to run things. It still doesn't make all that much of a difference necessarily to how the world actually operates. People can kind of do the best they can to figure out what they can. Did you hear that our oligarchs have apparently taken over TikTok? So there's going to be a lot of pro-Nazi stuff on TikTok now. I guarantee. And maybe people will all abandon it. I don't know. But yeah, that's the latest thing, is that it becomes the next Twitter. And to the extent that it is obvious and obnoxious, maybe it will simply lose all popularity. Because you just can't do dumb things like that. Anywho, where was I? I wanted to figure out how to make BezRes and SlowRes work better. So what I'd done was flipped the polarity, and having done that, all of the useful settings were on the far right of the dial. If it's simply flipped in the way that I've done, 1 minus the control, that implies that all the useful settings would be on the far left of the dial instead. Maybe that means that I don't have enough of a power function in there, maybe? It's a mystery. Another thing I can do is to make BezRes not go as big and SlowRes go bigger. Dissolving Man, I would be really surprised if it didn't stay the same outside of America, because there's no question that TikTok is an arm of China. Every Beau of the Fifth Column used to say, no, countries don't have friends, they have interests. China's interests is in having a China-friendly media source, and that's what TikTok is. And it will very likely stay the same outside of America, because it's striking a balance between being state-operated propaganda thing and naturally emerging, algorithmically driven, cool video thing. It's going to strike a balance. Everything strikes a balance like that. Especially since, like, the way algorithms work, basically YouTube discovered that if you just let algorithms maximize engagement, it drives people crazy. And they do indeed get all up in engagement, but that's because people engage more when they are unhealthy. Healthy people don't sit on YouTube sucking down horrible propaganda, nasty stuff. But you can get people to suck down horrible propaganda, nasty stuff by terrifying them and freaking them out. And people are more than happy to go along. And so when you do that, you get lots of engagement. YouTube discovered this experimentally. I'm pretty sure they just put together the equations to be like, let's see what happens when we just naturally force things towards whatever is going to get best engagement. What could possibly go wrong? And then they found out what could possibly go wrong. And so society has a vote as well. And yeah, it's going to be like that for TikTok. It's going to be like that for all manner of things. TikTok seems to want to present harmless seeming content. TikTok seems not to want to be like make people unhealthy and freak out so that they're glued to the tube. And YouTube went through its phase of, and I think it could very easily be just algorithmic. But yeah. No lie told. It's going to be like this for the winter. To the extent that I can make that happen. And I've got like 2 cords of firewood piled up. So odds, it looks good for most likely being able to make it through the winter without issue. I need to make it through the winter keeping up my car payments and stuff and doing all that. And yeah, seriously, CalPlus, some of the people that I relate to most in Russia are the dub techno producers. Guys like that, I'm pretty sure they just don't want to be hurt or hit by secret police or anything like that, and they're just looking to make music, and then they can take that music out, play records to people. The records don't have lyrics. They're just throbbing, soothing noise. And that's why I dig on. I think that Russian techno is as great as it is, Russian dub techno at least, is as great as it is because it really dials in on like, okay, so soothing warm fire except in music, and locks into that regularity, locks into like warm comforting sounds, strong kick, silent lyrics, all that kind of stuff. And the purpose is, hey, we're here, it's okay. So I have every sympathy for that. Strong kick, silent lyrics type, Sopranos. I have not actually watched, you probably watched more Sopranos than me. That's extremely funny. Anyways, let's see where we were at with this. I just adjusted some of these things in hopes of, so I was going to skew these in opposite directions. And I'm not quite sure what that's going to entail. I'm thinking about these power factors. I'm thinking about for each one, what would it take to make it go one direction or the other? Like making these tiny numbers is what makes them slow. So turning them up, having them not be fast but slow, having the release time be larger, means that they go towards the direction of 0. So increasing the power factor here, in this case it is 6 for both of them. More of that will make it be slower. Let's just refresh our memory with where it was at. Should be able to do that without any extra checking. These are rather quiet recordings too, so there's that. Slow. So this one needs to lean more in this direction. I think that's less of a power factor. This one needs the middle to be more in this direction. That's more of a power factor, meaning attack can be smaller. So we'll call that 4 and 8. Let's see what it did. And again, our min doesn't have to change from this, but probably is. And we're generating this slow res, but then we are also subtracting this one, which is going to be larger, so that might have a more of an effect on it than I expected. Plus, I'm not going to want the F min to be, so yeah, we'll calculate this before we do best res. Then we do best res. And that forces it not to be too small, but if it does become too small, meaning that too small means a slow attack, if we do have it be there, then it's not going to interfere with slow res. And then we're still not doing anything with gate, but that's coming next. And that should be interesting because that's going to be a Bezier comp gate. So we're going to need to incorporate something there. Okay. We can start other kinds of sounds, but I'm leaning on just same old drums as I've had this whole time, because I'm familiar with that sound, so I have some idea of what it's going to do. So for threshold, I'll be bypassing everything. Here we're compressing. Slow the attack. Oh yeah. I do hear it trying to increase the release as well. Fast release. Very slow release. Slow attack, faster release. Yeah, that sounds like a faster release, yes. So this is going to be largely designed, I wonder though. I had something in here that could come in handy. I could run this gain trim that was in the previous one and should still be in BeziComp. Ahead, not behind everything. That might have its uses. Let's see. BeziComp, BE, here we go. BeziComp mono is the one I'm looking at. Wouldn't matter. Not going to be in the H file. So makeup is a gain trim. And I just somehow failed to, nope, there it is. So Bezi thresh, square root that plus 1. Then, originally, we're putting this after everything, but that's not what I'm going to do this time. No, no, no. We're going to put this in front. So check this out. just rather than put at the very end, we put at the very beginning. Let's see what happens now, because it's a fairly strong makeup gain, but we're running it into the compression. And that might make for possible craziness in an interesting and good way. One thing about it, it will step on the tendency of the compression to just only hold everything down, but it's also going to increase the maximum craziness we can get out of it, perhaps by a very large amount, even though it's still a feed forward. We could also run the gate before this, but that's another story entirely. Well, let's build it and see what we got. Don't need this open anymore. Because one of the downsides to this is it's so quiet. That's not necessarily wrong. But I feel like surely this can be more generally useful if it has a little more guts to it. Let's find out whether that did any of what I was hoping. Threshold of 1, no gain. And let's put the attack and release neutral. Okay, we are controlling the threshold. But we're also blasting it good and hard, so that's interesting. Okay. This is interesting. I have just made the super compressed version become turbocharged. We are still clamping down on things completely. But now we're going into this overkill zone. Now if you slow the attack, okay. We can set these so that a noise pops out. Seems to be a sweet spot of the release. Okay, here's the maximum bad behavior from the compressor. How are we looking on gains? See, this could give us spikes that would hurt things. Okay, fade that out. Yeah, there's a window of maximum pop. I'm able to get around my maximum clip there. So now, nothing. Let's see what the compression does. Turn it up a little to help. so that we hear it going into this maximum attack poking through the compression. Okay, that's strong. So you can make the attack spike out quite a bit. This whole range ends up being about the same, which is probably good, having it react that predictably. Okay, this is funky. I think the experiments are working. Also, CalBlast, what I found was if I wanted to write for vocal melodies, I had to play in a guitar. If I played it in a guitar, I could sing it in some kind of way. But I wasn't able to write vocal melodies any other way. Okay, dynamic inversion time. Cool. Slow it. Neat. Okay, total dynamic inversion. Now let's see what happens when we only use it for mild compression and what it does to it, because this is starting to get somewhere. I think that sounds pretty good. Doesn't sound loud, but it sounds pretty good. Next, gate. Currently, gate, it does nothing. I need to have it do something. Now that I have this doing something. And I think I've got that together. I think that's going to work for all my purposes, although I have yet to try it on any other sounds other than this. So that's a concern. I'll spend more of today doing more of that. But firstly, time to bring gate into things. I bet you I need to have a power factor here. But not a very big one. So if it's literally at 0, there's no gating. And I should be able to bring it all the way up to 1, but you're probably not going to do that. And let's see what we do. Well, if I simply don't add this, that's producing silence going in. Same for this. If I simply don't add this, it's producing silence going in. The trouble is that silence will not compress. What that means is, and we're working with input sample L, right? So we'll start with that. So we're watching for this, and we're going to be watching for it in stereo. We're going to be watching for Hercia Wohono. Take Care uses Bezier undersampling. I would say that the somewhat grainy, crackly outputs are indeed part of the sound, yes. It has a particular tonal character to it. I could throw it on here and it would very likely be doing the same thing. Gate. What are we doing with gate? Actually, it shouldn't need to do this when I can do this. If input sample is less than gate, gated is true. See, here I am figuring out how this works again. So we're probably, the compression kicks in as Bez sample L equals 1. Bez sample L is a undersampled control voltage that starts out being like input sample L. So if we override like this, we just override it, and probably 1 will suffice. And likewise for over here. If at any point we hit the gate, we are automatically engaging the hardest possible compression, except for that is before the reconstruction, meaning we cannot snap into that compression too soon, and we're also calculating it before the makeup gain. So comp S this time, meaning that that cycle automatically becomes 1, and we have this chain which are each being assigned what it is. It can go over 1, but it should kick in. And then these are all interpolating between these things and being scaled up and down. Well, let's see if it works. Oh, it didn't work. Something didn't work. What do we got here? Ah, that's easy. I simply forgot to add a semicolon. Okay, let's see if doing that one thing gave me a working gate. We've already got working drums and such. Let's see if it sounds good as a gate. Excuse me. No gate, Well, that's weird. Okay, something ain't working. I don't know what. Let's see if it gates anyway. Oh, it just shuts off if the threshold gets lower. It's not supposed to do that. And it does not turn on if gate is at 1. So we missed something. What's going on and why is it not working? Param D, that still seems correct. Gated equals, this is a mathematical function. Put sample is less than, oh! Here's what I missed. Do you spot it? Here, I'm going to test chat. Did you spot what I did wrong? Absolute value of input sample L has to be less than gate. Every negative swing of the waveform is causing the gate to kick in. That's why it's doing what it do. This can be fixed. I bet you it's going to work now. Absolute value of input sample. That's what it wanted. Okay. Try it out. If I want it to be really warm, I can throw another log on the fire. Kind of don't want to use them all up before the winter happens, though. But I'm not really very close to that. Alrighty. Gate 0. Now let's see if we can get fierce and loud. There we go. Oh, didn't select. Let's try that again. Now gate. Wow. Okay, that's very enthusiastic. I didn't realize it was going to try that hard. And now it isn't shutting off again. Oh no, it's coming back. Wow, okay. Okay, Thresh is just quieting everything down insanely. This is not working the way I intended, but something's happening. Oh, and don't worry about following it. I can barely follow this myself, as you can see plainly from the fact that it's not working. So if gate is entirely and totally off, we can do this. But the instant gate is even the slightest amount on, that's going to go away. Just why? See? If gate is even the tiniest bit on, poof, it's gone. Why? Because I would have thought that gated... Well, one thing's for damn sure, I don't need to have the power factor be made smaller. Let's put it to this. What this is supposed to do is take this factor and if it starts sneaking up, it'll kick the gate back open again. Yeah, I'm having a more fun time reading chat than solving this at the moment. I'm like, why is it doing the thing? So we should be able to make it gate. Oh, I think I see something. These are drums. A lot of the energy in them is underneath that threshold. I'm trying to do a threshold where it'll kick in and okay, so this proves to be interesting. I could check it only once a okay, first things first. I don't think I need to check gated on the slow one, only the fast one. Second thing second. Do I need to check it for every sample? Or should I check it on the calculated out sample that we've generated? That would work like this. And then we'd work it like this. Bear with me. So cut that. Not going to be using that. That goes in here, which replaces that. And then yeah, okay, so we're checking it this rapidly. And whatever we've added up, if it is the combination of everything ends up being below gate, then we automatically kick on full compression. That might work. That might work. Let's find out whether it worked or not. Because I think the full compression will override the slow. And let's see what happens. This is a hack, no question about it. Save, build. And we've still only ever tried drums on it, because that's kind of what I would like a compressor to do recognizable things with, but it goes way beyond that. I'm just starting with that and seeing what I can get to happen. Gate entirely off. Play. That's aggressive. Now what happens when we start raising this up? Do we get to a point where it kicks in and acts like a gate? Sure do. Wow, okay. We're going to need to do an inverse power function. Yeah, this kicks in way too easy. That said, I like the sound of it. And I ought to, because the sound of it is functioning with Bezier speed. Okay, so I need to make this gate way less sensitive on this control, which I believe I can do. While it is that sensitive, interesting. This is a very interesting envelope. So seeing as that is that fussy and sensitive, there is a clear answer to this. Hang on. One minus the power of one minus that to a very, 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 very large degree. Full on, as if it was the slow res 8, power of 8. That ought to do it, unless I've gotten it completely backwards and wrong somehow, but I don't think I have. I don't think I have. Let's save that and give it a try. Also, the poor laptop is heating up because I have this room so warm, which is fine. Like, there's nothing so wrong with that. That's fine. But I'm just saying. Yeah, Darren, I think that might be Ben Jordan's thing. Ben was working with people who were trying to do ethically sourced AI vocal generation. It's not necessarily his thing, but he's associated with it. Let's see, build. Let's start seeing how this thing acts. We are getting closer and closer to having my new dynamics module up and working. And I like that. I like the feeling of that. I could also combine it with the slow. I'm not sure if that's something I need to do. We shall see. In fact, maybe that's very much not something I want to do. Okay, did I not remember to... No, I remembered. Okay, we have the same problem. That is actually no good. What's going on here? How do we do this? I could simply divide it by a lot. Or maybe I've just simply miscalculated completely. Okay, so gate is kicking in far, far too quickly. I suppose I can simply just not bother with this. We'll just make it the power factor. I had it backwards. Oh, hang on. Need that. Okay, so if I do pow get param d to the 8th power, all of the variables will become incredibly tiny, because apparently that's what it needs, is for all the variables to become unthinkably incredibly tiny. There is also the possibility that I can tie it to the threshold somehow. Would that even make sense? Don't know whether that makes sense. Everything else is working pretty good. This probably is what it needs. I need to be able to swing that control way up and still not have it gate so hard. Let's see whether we got there. Because, like, it's a gate. It needs to really not be doing as much. Let's include all of these little bits in silence to hear what that does. That means I'll also be able to hear it cut out. Okay, that's the attacks. Okay. If everything sits in the middle, it acts kind of like its fundamental sound, except that we can't really get out of the gate with attacks very well. And then we can really cut it off by having the gate be higher, but that's smushing the attack real hard. Also, if we are at threshold of 1, gate doesn't do anything. That's a bit, well, or does it? Okay, so what's happening here? Gate acts like it doesn't do anything if the threshold and the compression aren't happening. Maybe that's okay. So if it's a little active, and if it's barely active, then what? I see. So it's really kind of contingent on whether we have the compression engaged. I'm not sure that's correct. I'm also not sure it's incorrect. Also, is that going to make this weird? Yes. That gated it so hard, it wasn't sure what to do. So really hard. And it's kicking in no matter what I do. Yeah, look at that. That's kicking in so hard that I can't actually lower the threshold without engaging the gate. That's weird. Okay, what's causing this to happen? Could I make it be a factor of threshold? Or indeed makeup gain? So 0 to the power of 2 to 32. Threshold can be 0. cranked up all the way. Threshold can be 32. Cranked up all the way. Gate is too sensitive. We're not doing this every sample, so we could just do something silly. What if we made it a factor of threshold? So check this out. This is going to be 0 to 32. Now the gate power factor is modifying by param A because it seems to need to do something like that. And it's going to produce incomprehensibly tiny numbers. And it's going to do weird stuff, but if this turns out to be the correct thing to do, then where's the harm? Other than it's kind of messy. And I grant you, this is kind of messy. But it's nothing to be lost simply trying it. So what I'm shooting for is to be able to engage the gate and then move around that threshold control. And it doesn't change the point at which it starts gating. That could be possible. That might actually happen. On the other hand, it might do something crazy. I don't do versions of things, Trevor. You'd have to explain what Vitalizer even does. Meanwhile, interesting, okay. Kicks in too easily here. Doesn't kick in at all here. Comes back. And then seems to be fully out. Meaning maybe I'm using the wrong one. How's about we use the makeup gain, which already has +1. Stranger things have happened. Let's see what it does. See, I don't know what that is. I've made many plugins. I've never felt the need to go, let's go and find this person's branded weird thingamator and then make something that works exactly like that. That's maybe no bueno. I'm not sure I'm down with that one. Now, if you can identify what it does in a way that is, like, I don't know what psychoacoustic mid-range enhancer means. What does it make the sound do? Psychoacoustic can be a meaningless statement. We don't necessarily know, like, is it a distorter? Is it a harmonic adder? Like, if you can't identify what it actually does, it's even less likely for me to try to do one. Back to this. Supergated. Oh, wait, I didn't even start it. So let's select an area. Okay, now it's working consistently across threshold. It's just that it's still far too sensitive. So clearly what I need to do is dial that back more. Too much gate. Like 1/3 gate is clearly too much. Okay, that far down, it's not coming out at all. Come on. Ooh, this is worrisome. It's acting like even set to 0, it's engaged. That's not right at all. Oh, back up again. This is Dynamics 2 mono. Which is currently behaving very poorly, having to do with gate. Having a lot of trouble making it make any kind of sense here. So let's quit out of there again. So why is gate being so troublesome? Well, we can divide by best makeup. Best makeup is going to be 1 or more. Alrighty, so that should still work. Tempted to continue with the warmth theme and fire up even more. Fire. Maybe just a little more fire. At some point I'm going to look over and see whether I'm blowing up the mic with these metallic noises. Although, I mean, if it is, no harm done. Like, grab a copy of the stream and make drums out of it or something. Just saying, stranger things have happened. Okay. Catch your light, please. Go. Come on, come on. Go. Go. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. Go. No? Haha. There we go. It's going to be great for winter. Yeah, Trevor, I am sure that is correct, that those sounds need slow clipping, because those were probably quite distorted. That's because some of these metallic noises, those are loud noises. Smurf him? No. No, it does not. Okay, what are we looking at here that's causing this to do what it do? Maybe I need to simply keep a running tally rather than doing it this complicated way. Because what's happening is I'm really working on the control voltage, but the control voltage really isn't what I want. Instead, what I want is during the entire duration, if there is ever Fab's input sample L larger than gate is not on. So let's dial all this back. I don't think this is the correct approach. We'll keep this the way it is, though. Instead, we'll use the fast gate. None of that has anything to do with mono. None of this is having anything to do with mono. Arcia Wahono. The reason that mastering does not have multi-channel compatible is because it's doing a bunch of stereo things. It's not impossible to have a mastering that can do multi-channel. I would have to leave off any of the stereo things. Like next time I fire this, I'm going to open up mastering and see specifically what I'm doing. There's going to be some stereo related things. Yeah, nobody was talking about having this make anything be mono. I can demonstrate very plainly, except for that you're hearing it all through a mono mic. So you won't be able to tell, but you can see it in the meters if you want. So gate is now going from 0 to 1 once more. I need to keep a running tally. And that can be done with another continuing variable that's not technically part of the Bezier comp. So I need to add something like that in. It is bezcomp f, so it doesn't need to be part of the regular calculations. It runs outside of them, but it's going to keep track of whether in any given instant, any given downsample or undersample, if there is anything in there that is in that window that is larger than the gate, gating doesn't happen. Bez max f is what I'm calling that. We will be blanking it. And then, for every single one of these, Actually, I can do that a different way, can't I? Fmin and Fmax. That's even simpler. Okay, so now every step of the way, best max F is the minimum of it or input sample L. So if input sample L is larger, hang on. No, I'm going to want max, not min. Otherwise, it'll constantly be referring to 0. It is the max of either itself, or if input sample L is larger than it, then bada-boom. And then if max F is less than the gate still, then we shut on the compressor as hard as it will go. And then lastly, we reset it, and we have to keep rechecking it as it goes. Ah, Junebug. You're a hard critter to understand. Trevor, I'm not sure if I can help you with that because I'm developing the concepts as I go. There are things like Kalman filters out there for the use of stuff like tracking GPS. Kalman filters are used in GPS calculations. All of that is way above my pay grade as far as understanding them. So we've got a continuing variable, we've set it to 0, but then every step of the way, we have many chances of being able to make it be input sample L, or whatever the loudest input sample is, within that downsampling section. Here's where this section kicks in, and if it is still less than gate, boom, we're suddenly doing full crank silencing rather than whatever the compression would be. Failing that, we're not. Failing that, the compression just becomes samp L, being however loud it is, and we're not doing anything with slow either. And let's give it a run, and let's see what we do. Pretty much you have to watch these streams and see how I'm going about stuff. I'm trying to talk my way through literally everything. It's the best I can do for you. But that's how I do it. So in me talking my way through making sense of some of this nonsense is kind of the process involved. There's nowhere else to really check for it. Okay, that was weirdly loud. I'm not sure what made that happen. Okay, that just kicked in gating again. I'm going to say that's not especially helpful. Game Boy, no. And of course, if we turn it up, it's going to be even more aggressive. Why are you doing this? Okay, we are certainly gating. It's just bonkers, crazy, go nuts, too much. That's what. That is the sound of gating at a very fast attack speed. It's kind of scrunching. Well, this is weird. So if it's as fast as possible, the gate also releases as fast as possible. The gate is way too sensitive. And as we crank this up, we're getting onto the zone where gate is far too powerful again. And here, yeah, it's acting funny. And it's kicking in way too hard. Okay, so back to fooling around with the trigger levels of what this is. Because I feel it's misbehaving real hard. An assortment of Airwindows plugins are used in Surge XT. I hope they include more next time. They may not. And I know that it was inspired by me because they asked me if that was okay, and I said yes, yes indeed. So there's an Airwindows section in literal Surge XT. So last time we did this, we ended up settling on Bez Makeup. Let's see what we get out of that. Perhaps input sample L should be correct for this. Just for funsies, we could combine it and also put it in the slow. Because this is a situation where you could. So if comp S is larger than that. Now that might not be desirable, but we're going to see whether it works. It might be entirely too much. Also, I wonder whether I can just gain stage this down. So let's let's do all of the above. So we'll divide by that, and then we'll raise it to the power of that, and it's going to make this a very, very tiny value. Is this going to give the desired result? Or is it super totally not? If I knew, I wouldn't have to try and find out. It's going to be really interesting when I try it on some of these other things. I've been doing this one drum loop this entire time. Okay, so no gate. It kind of pops when kicking in. That's a bit concerning. Taking a while to game back up again. Aggressive gating. Let's set these to normal. Okay, if there's no compression of any kind, this is all bypassing. Hint of compression. More. I think I don't want it on the slow version. I think I don't want this on the slow. I don't want it on the slow. If I put it on the slow release version, everything's just silenced. Yeah, that's part of the fun of the wood stove cowbless. So you put it on the embers and it chills for a bit and then poof, comes up. Let's remove this bit. This bit was no help to anyone. I wonder whether I could include gate in there and it would be any use whatsoever. So maxF needs to be over gate. Oh, also, I wasn't returning maxF to 0 after that second one. And I was returning maxF to 0, meaning that it couldn't actually take the effect I thought it was going to. Oops. No matter. Back to what's probably going to work. This is probably going to work, maybe, kind of, sort of. If I just put it to max F, well, let's find out. Because here's the thing. The max sample isn't necessarily going to be the same as the aggregate of all these samples. Maybe we're going to get a different behavior out of this that will be useful. We're off in left field now. I do not know what this is going to do. I only know that we're keeping track of this, and if you set it to 1, forces everything to complete silence. But the complete silence is too eager and is doing too much. So, now what? Now we build and try. Let's sample some of this first. I'm going to move on to a different piece of sound at some point. But we're still on the same thing eternally. Okay, slightly faster attack and release. Till we have this heavy, crunchy sound. That's not very helpful. Can we make this act like it's gating? Not really. I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Harsha had a question, which is up thread. Mastering and multi-channel. Your connection got cut off before I answered you, and then I answered you. Multi-channel is dependent upon whether mastering is not a stereo plugin. Mastering is a stereo plugin. There's a reason why at least current mastering, if not every version of mastering, is a stereo plugin. Let's go find it. So the first one, does not seem to have stereo things in it. And the second one, has sidepass. Sidepass is why Mastering 2 cannot be a multi-channel plugin. But here is Mastering. That is made to be a stereo plugin. But I'm not convinced the original Mastering absolutely has to be. Harsha, the original Mastering could be a multi-channel plugin. Mastering 2 can't. It's the stereo plugin. Now, where was I at with this? Where I was at was this doesn't actually work. But what would happen if I combined these things? Oh, is it an even earlier question? Yeah, CalPlus, they have a question just up thread about mastering being stereo or not. Whether the Bezier, whether the Take Care one was also missed, I don't know. Okay, so now let's try to make it be Best Max F times gate. There's still not silence yet, but we're seeing whether or not this can be made to do a thing. Actually, while we're at it, let's also leave that the way it is and see where all this leads us. I'm balancing all these, excuse me, you get out of the way. I'm balancing all these gating factors in the hopes of getting something that works the way I want it to work. Sometimes it's kind of wild experimentation. I do know what I want to hear out of a gate relating to all of this. Whether I'm hearing it is a whole other question. Also, that clicked as I turned on. Fast as possible. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. This is an interesting effect, but it's not what I thought was going to happen. Okay. Thresh crushes things into complete silence far too easily. Maybe I need to pump up the volume going into all of this more than I am. So ultimate fast attack. Then as I start introducing gate, it does start sounding more gatey, but in a weird way. In fact, I can make it boost the output gain. As if gate means make the attack hit harder. There's a little zone in here. Where it kicks in. And it is functioning as a gate, kinda. It's like it's wandering in and out. And I'm having a lot of trouble bringing threshold down far enough that gate doesn't kick in. It's like gate is constantly interfering with things. And the entire bottom third of thresh is useless. That's no good. Or is it? Slowest possible attack. Now what do we get? Okay, now what do we get out of gate? It is suppressing that funny background noise. See here the whooshy? I can make that be quieter. So it kinda works like a gate. It kinda works like a gate and it kinda is not. And thresh is super unmanageable. Boy, this is weird. This is weird. I'm seeing whether what I'm doing with gate would map onto what I'm doing with attack. Because it's doing a weird thing, it's just hard to tell what it's doing. Getting little snappy noises coming through too. It does seem to be like smoothing instead of gating in a really inexplicable way. So I love it when these things are sort of wild beasts, and I'm certainly getting that. That said, I would enjoy being able to make it do something useful, so there's that. And this part's extra weird, where you got this, but then as you start cranking it, we're disabling it, but not in such a way where it doesn't sound like the same basic tonality. Parsia, let me add that to my list. In fact, maybe we can even dig into that today. So here's one of my lists. Here's another. Actually, I've got room in between two spots in here. Circuit band mega sample delay, multi-carrier sampled. I've already got that. That's done. Denoise, haven't done that yet. ADT with pans, that's another person's request, haven't done that yet. But I think I would call it mastering mono, because that is a key. If I have something and it is called mono, that means it's multi-channel compatible too. Okay, now that's just misbehaving. Why would it be scooching up and down in volume like this? I mean, granted, threshold is very low. Fastest attack. Well, this is just dry signal again. So that can't work. What are we doing? Max F times gate. Yeah, gate becomes larger as that goes. Let's see what happens when we do this crazy thing. Divided by gate. Max F has to be less than gate. Max F is only max of absolute input sample L or itself, so it can only be 0. So max F can't be, if gate is also 0, max can't be less than 0, so we don't get to the point where we're dividing by that. In theory. In theory. This could be a horror show. Let's find out how much of a horror show we just made. We're doing literally the opposite of what it did, but it was doing a weird, unpleasant thing. Yeah, I'm enjoying Smoothie Q. I want to set it up so that I can use it more actively. Back to our crazy drums. Let's see what kind of horrors we're looking at now. This should not break, crash, or explode. Okay, that's something. And then it kind of goes away again. It's a gate. I don't know how or why. I don't hear it doing anything now. Now it's doing a weird thing to the hat. And now it's gone through and it's doing something else. There's a cancellation point in here somewhere. Yeah, it goes into this just silencing zone. And beyond here, it's too much. Might be onto something with this. It's kind of grungy, but that's because the attack is so fast. Okay, here's a compressy sound. That feels super gatey. Yeah, that's weird, but seems to be working. There's this edge and air around everything that's odd. Yeah, this is crazy. That not necessarily in a bad way. This is just crazy. Thresh has way too much travel, but I think that can be ameliorated. Like, nothing beyond here is useful at all. That is gating at this level. There's our maximum attack and release. Fastest possible attack. Smooth it out. That is super aggressive. Well, you'd think so, but like, say if I do this. As threshold stops connecting, it stops doing anything. See, here's the dry signal. and it's just turning full 80s immediately. And here is it at its crunchiest. And that's because it's tied to attack. So you kind of dial in your style of insanity with these things, and they will all very eagerly go completely bonkers way before you reach this. So this needs adjusting too. But then you back it off and that character gradually subsides. So incredibly crunchy and dry. Exaggerated, incredibly crunchy and dry. Squished until you can hear the resonance of things. And then you get to bring out that resonance, but nothing else changes. And then as we bring the gate in, see there is a dynamic inversion. Completely scrunched out. A gentler version of completely scrunched out. That's more like actual gating. Staccato. Okay, version of staccato where we're just bringing enough gating in to silence it. Junebug, easy now. Junebug, you're a caution. Let's see what we can do with this. That's some incredibly aggressive gating. Now what happens when we do a little bit of it? That's gating. And a sort of really aggressive punch inducing. Then as we dial it back a tiny bit, and then if we wanted compression but we didn't want gating, we'll pull it back more. And there we have it. Seems to be working. Well, I wanted a gate that sounded and acted like a gate. This is a gate that is sounding and acting like a gate. Arguably more of a gate than I need. And one that can be inverted. Yeah, see, if we have these super fast times, it immediately goes crunchy because the gate is able to turn on and off very fast. Let's play with some of these controls. So threshold. Threshold 1 minus zero to the power of 2 times 32. So if our threshold number is smaller on the very end there, that'll give me more range for being able to turn it down without it going crazy. I have too much sensitivity going on. I could drop it by half twice. Rest of this stuff is probably working okay. Gate does need to have Bez makeup on there, but I can divide this more too. But I'm well, no, thresh isn't going to change as much as it had before. I could just start that by a smaller amount. I could also divide that by Bez makeup and see what it gets me. How big is that going to get? Probably pretty big. See, if that starts out at a smaller amount, raising it to that power is going to be even more aggressive and effective. One thing I can do is straighten the fire out a little bit, because we are down to the final stages of not needing to have this be a fire anymore. So that part, not needed. The stuff needs to be scrunched up into coals. And then I will gather them together. And they can do their little burning charcoal thing without running through the catalyst. And that should go for a little bit longer. Back to here. Fascinating how this works in this way. That it's Besmax have divided by gate. All of this is very weird. That's okay. There's nothing so wrong with that. It's just that it's always very difficult to make any sense of it when it's this crazy. But we can but try. And one of the things that we can now try to do is load up different sounds and see whether it's behaving itself at multiple sample rates. Because there's another thing to be careful of. So we'll try that. And now we start looking at some different things, like versions of alien kittens at different sample rates. And we're compressing them. Normal. Okay, we don't necessarily do normal, apparently. Huh. Doesn't like that much. Okay. We're hearing the undersampling and the actual rate that it is at. So the fastest possible attack doesn't actually interact with release because it's running simultaneously with release. The fastest possible attack is right up in the high upper mids. That is arguably faster than we need. Okay, we just had a wild explosion. This is sensitive. Okay, gate seems to be doing something maybe, or is it not? It's still a wild beast. We've also turned it up loud. press release. Can we make you act normal, or can you not act normal? We need a lot more travel up on this end of the settings. The travel of all these things needs a lot of help. Weird, but okay. Okay, what do we need to do in order to have thresh, attack, and release act way more like this is a middle setting? Because they are all really awkward this way. And the poor computer is tiring itself out, and it's like, I'm so hot, I'm so overheated. Because it is. I mean, technically, there's something that I can do with that. I do have one of these. It's not great, but it might help a little bit, while also making things more awkward and cumbersome. Yay. And if I wanted to go really hard, I could even get myself a fan going under there. But just having it up against a cool aluminum thing seems to be helping it a great deal. Yep, old ventilation stand. Okay, so thresh, attack, and release need to be squished this away so that the tiny settings are that much harder to reach. although it's fun having the horrible tiny settings available. That said, this is probably a fine time for me to check out some of the other sample rates and see whether they do the same thing. They're meant to. So firstly, slightly easier on it. Yep. I could see people enjoying that, but it can't be that easy to reach. Just got to live down here more. Then, just briefly, 192K. Let's see what it does on that. I believe Twisted Wave will apply this at the native sample rate. Core Audio will translate it to what the computer can handle. Expected that. Up, gate. That's what gate is doing in the current configuration. I'm going to have to try this on a bunch of different kinds of sounds. But that's approximately the right kind of nonsense that I expected to get up to. Because I'm expecting it to get up some appalling nonsense. But that's about the kind of nonsense I'm expecting it to get up to. Well, this might be amusing. What do we do if we do this? And again, we've got to move all of those things quite a ways away from where they're at. They're no good where they are. Now, why are you doing that? Oh, because this goes down to 0. That would be why, wouldn't it? That's why. So they go into insane mode or the normal? First order of business is make this be times 1 or plus 1. That'll do. Then also there is a question. There are many questions. Who am I kidding? Okay, so these are all using the same kind of basic slope. We can move you there to next to where you're being used. Since we're not using Bez Makeup anywhere else, that might not even be necessary. Meh. Fine. So 1 minus that times 8. That means it'll go from 0 to 8. One is 0. 0 times 0 is also 0. Well, we've got something going on here, so let's see what we've got. It's turning into an ill-tempered beast. Okay, so without toning it down at all, this should be ramping up the volume quite aggressively. And indeed, I think it is. Gate is fully on, but if it's not, so here threshold is doing too much. Here's our pop zone. Gate doesn't really affect anything here. Okay, that's gatey. That's punchy. That's normal. So we do have a tendency of making everything much louder this way. Fun though that might be. We get to go into super distortion mode. And reshape all that stuff, arguably very much. Now what happens if we try to make gating happen? Maybe it needs to go faster. Okay, gate is still oversensitive. Nothing. Does seem to work. We so easily get into this horrifying industrial zone. See, I want that to still be available, but just at the edge here. You should be able to do this if you want to, but you should have to shove everything way over to the edge. And then you turn it all off and bring in a little of it. Man, gate kicks in real easy sometimes. This. Do that if you wish. But you should have to have it set like this to really get this. Because the normal setting should be more like this. It does gate. I'll say that for it. So if I put an intense power factor on gate, it will start acting slightly more normal. So we'll start with that. But we're already applying an intense power factor on it. Well, 2 layers of intense power factors, because the one corrects it and makes it be what it needs to be for the algorithm. So the other one is just to bring the control into the zone it needs to be. And I feel like every single one of these falls under the same category. Every single one of these, if you put a power factor on what it is doing, it'll force it farther in the direction it's going. I think. So if you put a power factor around just param A, middle settings will end up being more to the left. If you put a power factor around 1 minus param A, okay, now I'm just confusing myself. Okay, I'm going to put on the music again and visit my restroom. I can feel more comfortable. It's getting on towards time for tacos and all that kind of stuff. I can fire up full day again. And the poor computer is feeling better now that the ventilation stand is here. And just for laughs, we're going to throw on the plug-in. Yeah, the stove is kind of tick settling down. It's cooling off. Let that start getting louder before I go. It's gating. Gate does something. Starting with back in a bit. I'm going to rinse up my cup, and I shall return. That was compression. Fair enough. Alrighty, back to the grind. Got another 2 hours of stream. I may or may not get up to the thing I was planning to get up to, but at least this is becoming something. So, the part that I'm trying to figure out now is how do I make it curve the way I want it to curve? And it looks like gate is going to be fine, I think. Probably. And so I'm looking to, let's see. Thresh, Bezres, Slow Res. Both of those are not curving properly. All of these do not need all these parentheses in them. Excuse me. These are the ones that I need to move. So if they are cranked up all the way, they are optimal. And their furthest extremes are distinctly not optimal. These are all essentially the same equation. See how similar they look? The one gets multiplied by 8. It's going from where do I use Thresh? Well, for starters, I'm using it to boost everything to CRUD. That might not actually be what I want. It's worth figuring that out. And then all the rest of this is about twisting these in the direction I need them to go. So all of my maximum settings are about correct. And they all become 1 minus 1, so they all become 0. And the closer I keep them to that, the better they work. So threshold, at least, that's fairly easy. I can stop it from being so extreme by continually reducing this number. I could make it b times 4. Other things are relating to this number too. Also, hang on a moment. Bez makeup square root thresh plus 1. So divided by that, and then to the power of that. Is that going in 2 directions or just 1? Such a mess. It's such a mess. But mainly it's a mess because I arrived at this through hacking away at this weird algorithm, making it do the stuff that I wanted. So now that it's kind of doing the stuff that I wanted, I have little reason to whine and complain that it's not easy to figure out how it's doing what it's doing, because how it's doing what it's doing is a very complicated mess. So let's see. Well, half the trouble here is that I'm reducing it down to like next to nothing. We're starting at 1.0, and that can be times 4, or that can be just a large number to start with. Res doesn't want to be that tiny. But going down to 0 is always fair game. I'm still trying to figure out whether I can make this power function give me closer to what I want. Could it be like that I need to just ramp up that power higher and higher and higher until it's an unruly, unreasonably huge number? Pretty sure if I put a max in there, it's going to restrain the amount of high frequency mess that it can get into. But that's part of the sound. That's part of what we can make this horrible thing do. Let's just see whether we can get extremely aggressive with it. There, the most incredibly overpowered power you could possibly ever have. So literally only one is going to let this through. Is this the direction I want, or is this the opposite direction that I want? Because having done all of this, my brain's sorted out and I can't keep track of some of these things anymore. So sometimes I'm just going to experiment and see what happened. So it should still run okay. But the curve is going to be radically pushed in some direction or another. This is supposed to be normal and or slow. Okay, that's kind of what I hoped would happen. How about these? That wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. Cool. So all I needed to do was ramp up that power factor until the numbers I'm working with are incomprehensibly tiny, and then it seems happier with making things sit the way I want them to sit. So, how about let's dial everything back a half a hair. Power of 12 and the power of 24 and the power of 48. I mean, I could make it just be 24 again. And if I do, what do we get? Also, my total amount of gain is restricted by this, so I can put it back to 8, see what the extremity gets me. And I could pull back some of this a bit. Oops. Just half of that amount of gain rather than all of it, but not square root, because then it will not kick in as hard in middle amounts and still be somewhat aggressive on the larger amounts. And I'm happy to see that some of this is working okay. Maybe on Thursday I can do the stereo version. Or maybe I can start doing that mastering mono version that the multi-channel fellow wanted. They may have left because they don't have as many hours to put into as this. Man, I can't get over Junebug. Junebug is so freaking strange. It's to the point of, like, I'm not even sure that that's like a bot meant to weird me out because it's too arbitrary. I don't understand. The real torture test is going to be running this in Alien Kittens. So, oh, and we have not selected yeah, don't mind me, I'm doing my best. Ah, gate kicks in. That's what you get, all right. Oh, were you? No, you were here while Junebug was here, but not at the moment. We are post Junebug at the moment, to my best of my knowledge. I should make this so that I can see this. Thresh doesn't need to be this attenuated. Thresh can go a little bigger than this. Let's try power of 8 rather than a power of 12. And Bezres and slow res might be fine. Or they might not be. Let's find out. Do we even want that? What about this? 3 zeros, 4 zeros. That might just be fine. I like this. The altering the gain by this amount seems to have done a world of good. Stuff is sitting about the same as it should be. I think thrust started out as 2 or so 8's probably good. There we are. Now we can see ourselves a little better here. That's a little goofy, but no matter. Yeah, start ending up doing arbitrary things at this stage. Put in too many hours, you get past the point where you're creating signs and wonders, and you start creating derps. Okay, that's neat. That's a lot of compression. I also have not looped it. So how about I do that? Good, good. Yeah, things are starting to creep more over here now. If things are creeping more over here now, then these need to be adjusted again. How about that? Looks ugly this way. Let's put in spaces there just so that everything lines up nicely. Gate still feels weird to me. Gate feels like that can't possibly be correct. And yet, I wonder. So what happens if we have, oh, in fact I did, friends. I have not made the video that I said I was going to make because I have been busy trying to make things like videos on Pink Floyd's Money and such. I did. So let's see. So power param d, 3. Let's say that equates to 0.5 divided by, let's say, 4 to the 4th power. With it, yeah, scary, but I am. Zero 0.5 divided by 4 times 0.125 times 0.125 times 125. This basically just makes it a tiny number. None of this can actually make it be a large number. Since we're dividing by that, maybe I can simply do the power of C threshold. Stranger things have happened. No, it's basically a regular Subaru Impreza. So a little bit fancier, but not a whole bunch. If I can do this, I don't need to have Bez Makeup exist. And we do need to add 1 to that. There's no such thing as to the power of 0. Ooh, hang on. Whoa up. That was reducing it. And okay, let's dial all that back again. Maybe it's fine. I know it's confusing the crap out of me, but maybe it's fine. So if we take this to the third power, or indeed the second power, that goes between 0 and 1. It's just curved slightly differently. If we then divide that by Bez Makeup, the further powering will automatically go tinier and tinier the higher Bez Makeup goes. And Bez Makeup is threshold plus 1. I'm struggling with whether this is necessary. It is frustrating me with me thinking about whether this is necessary. I mean, it's such a strange beast. It's just started behaving nicely, and I don't trust it. Let's build another. These are tiny, tiny numbers. I can tell you that right off. And this makes it tinier, tinier. Maybe minus half of Bez Res, much like I'm doing half of threshold. That's an easy one to do. You don't lose any data, you're just shifting the bits over by 1. Now let's start to see, let's see. Please, for the love of God, man, show me something. Sounds. It's not going to be there. Desktop. Sounds. Let's go back to here. It's going to be a very strong compressed effect. I'm not completely certain that I'm going to make it to 5 o'clock. I might have to cut out earlier. We shall see. I've outlasted pretty much everybody else, so that part's fine. Okay, full thresh. Dial it down a little bit. not being too aggressive yet. That, on the other hand, might be too aggressive. I can't hear it doing anything with gate. So we're now peaking a little bit hotter. Now it's too aggressive. The reason I'm not getting gating is this is continuous sound. Yeah, this is continuous sound. Here, let me select just a little tiny bit. Yeah, you can hear how this is continuous sound. The gate never engages because the gate can't actually engage. Time to fire up a different example track then. I should be able to make this gate. Okay, too much threshold makes everything go bye-bye. Yeah, this has turned the bass into a giant monster of a thing. And again, I think my problem with the gate is that gate is not working because there is no silence in here. Except for it kind of is. And also I have to turn the speeds up more than I would. I feel like it would be good to be able to make gate engage on this, even though it's continuous. So, I don't know. It's got me confuzzled. Why isn't gate engaging? Well, this would be one reason why it's not doing what it do. See, doing this bass makeup can only affect it. Like, we still get to, hang on. Because I know I don't want to get too far into that area. Also, I can't help but feel this can scooch over more. 12 and 16, how about? Build again. We'll make that power 8. Now, can we force the gate to do terrible things to the noise? Hey, Isle of You, well, thank you. I mean, this is basically what I do. It's just that I've turned it into a career. So that's awesome in its little way. Okay, that was clearly better. Okay, everything's going, so gate can't engage. But this should be able to get something happening. No. It's like too compressed or something. Well, we got something anyway. There you are, gate engaged. Now let's see what this madness does on the overall track. There's your gate. Not very different though. Just for a cheeky little moment, we're going to make an effect stack with that setting. There it is. And since we are peaking, we're going to go into tape hack, or better still, discontinuity. We don't even need to tell it more. There we are. There, we made it giant and huge. See where that is? More. Yeah, because on the master bus, it will be heading into an instance of discontapity. So there you go. You can apparently do this with it. Let's see what it feels like with all of those settings when I pull threshold back down. Let's start it. Let it start up. Okay, very similar to nothing happening. That's easy. Yeah, so that's pretty intense. Everything's just huger. And just enough gating. Yeah, it basically just turns into Oasis. Okay. Alrighty then. Back to something. Oh, this is always good. Here's daily noise. Let's find something. Ah, there's gate. That node where it kicks in. And here we have gate actually working. Yeah. Doing it this way, I can get the compressed sound, that slight floaty thing, but the sounds aren't changing that significantly, which I believe is correct. I can try it on some instrument sounds too, in the 20 minutes before thawing out my taco dinner. So we probably don't want to use gate too much. right. See you later, Grens. Feel okay. I hope you feel better. What else have we got in here? Okay, that's just a lot of lows. Here's a noise music track. Sounds like this. Yeah. The thing about Bezier compression is if it doesn't have anything to modulate, it's just sitting there. We're not getting the artifacts you usually get from compression trying to engage. Oh yeah, it is. So here's the raw. Here's the sound. And then if we wanted a gate, here's our maximum. And we've just taken the ambience out a little bit. Funnily enough, I can still hear that faint clanging. Here. This one's quieter. They do have a tendency to choke, don't they? You push it too far and it goes, and it cuts out. I'm liking that I'm not getting a big volume change here. I'm not supposed to be getting a big volume change just by kicking it in, especially in something where it's continuous sound and shouldn't be throwing a big obvious change in. Let's try something else. basic. Yeah, man, that's just better. It started out as a compressor, it's just barely a gate. Speaking of which, I know people have asked me for years for a D-reverb. This is weirdly good at being a D-reverb. Here's a synthy thing. Starts out like this. This one's not very sensitive to attack, is it? Okay, we are having a tendency of sitting over on the left side of the dial now. And again, gate doesn't do much with something as sustained as this. More does. And that's our safety clip. Here's a little gating for you. Okay, compress too hard and it chokes. You can make it go silent. So don't. And no gatiness. So it's not very good this way. Also not very good this way, but at least something's happening. So more gain. There's our gate. That's real gatey. I remember what happened after. There we go. So this genre likes to be overwhelmingly loud. Let's see if we can make this one work. So this is already as loud as it can get. Let's see if I can get the double kicky stuff to be interesting. Bypass. Distorted, but that's not as full. Go. That worked. That totally worked. Time to play with some, and this can stay because I'm probably going to continue to use it. What else do I have? Drums and things. There we go. There's drums. Drums. Drums plus. There's your gate. boots and cats and boots and cats. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of different kinds of tones just by small adjustments of all this. That's some aggressive dynamics, all right. Excuse me. And there's an unusual noise from this. One thing about this is that now all of the settings are over here. Okay. And now that we have this dialed in, time for more. There's her gate. From is this. There's two mics. Or we can just do this, clearly. Little power station, a little excessively 80s, without even any reverb added. This turns to this. Or let's de-sharpify it a little bit. Yeah, that seems to work out pretty good. And also, it is literally 4, so it is time for me to thaw out some food for dinner. We'll just leave the hammering drums going. All right, I'm back. Time to throw some other sounds at this, because I believe that's basically what I have left today. Having basically dialed this in, and given that we are setting up with a, let's be a little bold, and rather than going for massive distortion at all times, let's try a vocal. So here's what it starts as. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Now let's dial in this other stuff. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Does gate work here? Hard to walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of hard. That's not actually a very good gate. Surely it's a little bit unfair. It's not actually removing the quiet stuff. That's interesting. To walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Oh, but one more. A little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. The new reverb, probably next week. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. So this one doesn't need much compression. Returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. A little vocal reverb in there, just as a treat. Turn that back off. What about a guitar that is already distorted? So it naturally sounds like this. Yeah, well, you're welcome, Cowboys. Everything's always sitting over to the left side of the controls. Got a little more adjusting to do. Although I don't know if I'm adjusting that one or just these. Let's see if this throws everything off. We're doing with this stuff then. Back to those drums, because I know where they're supposed to sit. I did not save the effect stack. That's fine. Okay. Yep, that's closer to the middle anyhow. In this case, gate works perfectly. Or does a weird thing. But we like the weird things even better. So some of your stuff works with gate, some of it does not so much. Seems to be pretty decent on otherwise quiet drum sounds. And by decent, I mean, yeah, it'll do. Ooh, weird other drums. Let's try that. I know these are problematic. These don't feel like much. Let's see what we can make these do. Wow, with these ones you can crank threshold all the way. So they are very plain without some smushing. It does sound smaller without it. Mind you, part of it is louder, but it's also a compressor. We can make it compress. Yeah, gate is not always your friend with attack this fast. The attack is very fast and so it can crackle. Which is not always an unpleasant sound, but that's a nice sharp snare sound. Right on. So that was something. What else do I even want to hear? Synth tones. Synth tones might be interesting. Okay, so let's make a piano or maybe a Fender Rhodes be compressed. What do they do? I could see you needing to do this at some point. Okay, too fast of an attack. Back here. It did end up getting a little size on it. Yeah, there's a compressedness to this that leans into a little saturation. That's bigger sounding. Start from. So that doesn't sound that big. Yeah, we can get a real aggressive sound out of what is a very plain sound. Let's extend that. Yeah. That got a much beefier sound out of the fake piano, because it is a fake piano. Let's also try the real Fender Rhodes. See where that goes. The grunge on that is nicer than I usually hear out of distortions. Oh yeah, and it started out very, very clean. And then not nearly as much. We can always tune it by listening to what this sounds like. I wonder if I can add better gating to this. Most of it is already working in the way that you'd want it to work tonally, certainly with the drums. But could I also gate the output? Those low notes get real rumbly this way. This would probably sound good going into more, i.e. discontinuity. And of course, gate roughens things up, but we can leave it off. Or just have sort of homeopathic amounts of gate. Okay, what would happen if we gated this harder rather than only trying to do it from inside BesiComp, both of the BesiComps? It's going to incredibly tiny amounts. Do you get a situation where you can just do this? What happens? Oh, absolute value. Otherwise, it'll go horribly wrong. There. We will add a really strict hard gate and see what happens. And how much of this compressing is turning things down to the point where I would want to put it after this? I could put it in front of literally everything. Like that. Ooh, I could put it in front of the background noise maker. Now we're really getting daring. Now, what have we here? What strange thing have I wrought trying to gate it even harder than that? And we could be repeatedly putting gates on it everywhere, but I don't think so. So here's where we just had it. What happens? So this is within the range, clearly. So maybe not so much, not that, but we're getting into something. So that's not the correct place, clearly. But how about at the very end? Does it behave any better if we do this? See the buzz of adding that it's type B distortion. So that's potentially a real problem. Remains to be seen whether any of this kicks in and works. But we can't but try. Also, maybe within the algorithm. Yeah, see, this is no bueno. That's definitely no good, but maybe I can find a place that'll work all the same. We could try here. It's possible none of that will work because I'm just applying Class B distortion. If so, that's fine. However, if I can make all of this gate properly, that would be worth doing. I don't know whether I can. We shall find out through further experimentation in my last half hour of stream. I did say it was possible I was going to conk out early. It feels like that could be happening, but don't know yet. Yeah, we can't have this. We can't have that. What else could we possibly do? Okay, so where else is this happening? If beds max F, which is our maximum input sample, so that's within the window, and then comp F is best max F divided by gate, meaning that becomes larger and larger as it goes, and that's how it does what it does. What happens? See, we're resetting it each time. We're testing it here. I don't think that'll help. So this stuff does basically work okay. We're testing the maximum, but we are measuring the actual waveform going in there, which could be just about anything. And it's not going to be the maximum, it's going to be something less. Therefore, rather than do this, we could go conf besamp L is what's being fed into this. Oh wait, hang on. No, I'm copying that out. That's fine. We're still good. And comp f is driven by absolute values, so there's that. That's fine. And if that is less than gate, we make that be silence while feeding it into stuff rather than only after the end. Let's see what that just did. And I have, in fact, removed, yes, the forced gating in here. This could be a more powerful gate because it's compelling it to go to silence, but it is doing it within the Bezier compressor. See what we got. I feel like that is not affecting the release one. Let's see what happens if we double this up. Go, then that goes after, well, that's the initial gate thing, but before the -1. Oops. That got a little screwy, but no matter. There we go. And it needs to be S rather than F. And it sets it to 0 before passing it into this stuff. Now what do we got? Because that was not sounding all that wretched. That was sounding relatively okay. Slowing down a little bit, but no matter. We can but try. Do I have something that's acting a little more like what I'd want? So something's stepping on it. What do I have for silent bits? Maybe it's working? What did I have that was working better than this? Something else, something in sounds. Let's see if we can make the drums become totally silent between hits. Well, that sounds very giddy, I'll give it that. Hats. Okay, we're like gating the hats in the middle of everything else. What was the noisy thing I had earlier? Oh, I remember. Vocals. I wanted to see whether I could make the silence appear in the middle of the vocals. It would kind of help. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. So that doesn't sound good. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. Surely it's a little bit unfair. I think it is just possible that it is canceling a little bit. To walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive. This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies. Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise. Surely it's a little bit. Select. Surely. So I can hear kind of the background stuff in there. Surely. And past and through the node. Surely. 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 I don't know. I don't know whether it's working. F S F S F S F S F S F S F. No. Not exactly. So yeah, I think I am reaching the end of my stream, so let me just answer that question, then I'll shut this stuff off. We'll get back to it on Thursday or whatever it is I'm going to be doing. Yeah, the nearest I've got to finding my crowd is kind of basically here, because there's no pretensions. Like, you've got folks like the weird trolley fellow who came in earlier, and they're just being what they're being. When I was hanging out with the Minecrafters who ended up going all alt-right and stuff, there was this undercurrent of not wanting to talk around me, being a little bit awkward. All the same, I'm like paying... My record of giving people things hasn't always worked out well. It's worked out best in Airwindows. It hasn't worked out very well in personal life. As a place that is nice and chill and makes me grow in myself, there's a recovery group, but there's a similar aspect to the recovery group in that, like, everybody in the recovery group has, like, feet of clay. Any of them could take the wrong angle and then end up not coming back. And if people go off, they're lucky if they survive to come back. I've seen that happen, and it's usually fairly rough going. In a way, that's why that group goes the way that it does, is because people are compelled to grow in their recovery and spirituality and whatever it is that they do, which can be very personalized, but all the same, they do have to do that. Otherwise, they run the risk of not being able to make it, and going back on drugs is always a possibility for a practicing addict who is practicing recovery so they don't have to go and use. And it's like there's always an aspect of my crowd being a little phantasm, a little bit like phantasms. You can't really count on it. All you can count on is being who you want to be in any given day. And who you have around you is something that evolves and shifts. You don't, or at least I don't feel that I get to have a crowd in the sense of I can go here and then the people are always going to be nice and chill and they're never going to change and everything is going to be fine. Often, people go adrift in all manner of ways. What I am able to do is form the determination to not go adrift and screw things up and so on, so I can be part of the crowd that somebody else might connect with. And if that means a lot to them, they can become likewise. We're all doing the best we can. And that is a tragedy, but also a gift. Because we are able to do the best we can with what we've got. We don't have to, and nothing is making us. But we're able to do as well as we can with what we've got. And that is one of the biggest gifts. Because imagine how terrible it would be if you couldn't. On that note, I am going to head off about 15 minutes before 5. Because I think I succeeded with the new change to the gating. At that, it doesn't sound as obvious as I would like, but it also doesn't do that grungy thing that the other one did. And I'm going to count that as a win. I'll talk to you later. I will be back on Thursday, if all goes well, and I don't see any special reason why all wouldn't go well. So most likely I'll see you Thursday, anybody who wants to come back. Talk Talk to you later. Bye-bye.